In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Sorry about my death there. Oh, that's not a good omen. Good morning. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I hate that when you don't talk when you don't talk all morning and then you just kind of assume it's going to be there and then it's not. Hello, good morning. Welcome to the program. I'm going to move over just a touch. There we go. Oh, I hope you're having a wonderful Monday. I felt like I was. I felt like today was going well. And then my voice didn't want to come with me. Welcome, Johnny's here. Hello, sir.
Good morning. You don't have your camera shared, so when we get to stories, that'll be
What?
important.
How about I do this then? Does that help you?
Beautiful.
It's a simple one-click issue. You know, people don't think I can do tech stuff. And really, if it's 2 clicks or less, I can handle it. If it's anything that involves 3 clicks or some typing, we'll just save it for tomorrow. But at any rate, welcome to the show. We have a very busy one for you today. Equal parts gossip and news. Johnny's old buddy Mersh is back at it again.
Really?
Yeah. He got really pissy at Alex Stein. And
Okay.
when he got pissy at Alex Stein, he decided to go after Gino. And then he decided to go after me. And it was all because we don't share his hatred of Anthony Cumia. Now, if you're hearing that and you're thinking, wow, that's really gay, it's because it was really gay. We've got the audio. We've got the clips. Hey, did you ever see what's his name? My Lost Interest clip of you when we were talking about April and he followed Just Your Eyes?
No.
I haven't watched it yet.
I'd like to see this. I didn't know this happened.
I don't know what your eyes were supposed to look like while we were
I don't know either, but apparently they did something funny or wrong.
It was while we were talking about I think it was the search warrant affidavit. We were talking about that, and then My Lost Interest just, I guess he kind of caught like just your eyeballs. I want to see if I can find it here. Aaron, MLC update. No, that's a while ago. Holy shit, how long ago was this? Or maybe it's not there anymore. 10 days ago. It couldn't have been 2 weeks ago. Oh, no. April's arrest through Johnny's eyes. Yeah. This is 324. Deputies would meet at a predetermined location and eventually travel to Spicer to execute the search warrant. We traveled to the area
observed a black-colored Lincoln vehicle with Nicholas in the driver's seat traveling southbound as we were traveling northbound. Sergeant Nestor was advised to stop Nicholas and detain him as he was part of the search warrant. So
Just deep in thought.
My lost interest says Aaron Imholt reads the arrest report, but I can't stop watching Johnny's reaction. Okay, let's.
Because, I'm just looking off and listening. That's what I do.
they got a search warrant for not just the house. They got a search warrant for Nick. After they arrived at 9:13,
I'm not seeing anything in your
Chief
eyes.
Deputy Kent Bauman stayed and went to the traffic stop with Sergeant Nestor. When we arrived on scene, we started knocking on the door on the south side of the residence, and we're able.
I don't really understand what the point is of this.
I can just tell though that like my left eye is getting weaker and weaker because I can see it's not open as wide as the right.
Yeah, but it
one.
also
That's
could
not
be because it's 6 a.m.
maybe.
Or is your eye getting all fucky?
My whole body's getting all fucky. Like, if we keep a list, there'll be a new one every day. Who
Either
cares?
way, I didn't get that one.
I don't know. It didn't seem. I was hoping I did something more interesting. I just looked around. No,
Yeah.
I have a tendency to just kind of like I don't look at stuff when I focus on listening. So like I'll kind of like just my eyes will shift somewhere. I'm not really looking at anything. I'm just listening.
Yeah. Yeah. Alt Companion says Aaron doesn't get it because it's funny. Okay. I mean, if you think it's funny, that's fine. I just see a guy following along while someone talks about something, but okay. Hulkamash Baby says, you mean Johnny had a look of glazed uncaring? Wow, almost like it was 12 days of Ricada updates. I apologize if things that are happening that directly affect my life are upsetting to anyone. But yeah, I didn't really think that. I mean, at worst, maybe Johnny was just like, But I was like, when I heard about it, I was like, oh, maybe like Johnny was going like, whoa, or his eyes.
Oh my god, like my eyes were really moving. No, I just
Just kind of staring.
just kind of moved around. Like okay,
That's it.
So then they caught him with the drugs. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Credit
all right.
cards on the nightstand. Bad look. All right.
All right. What happened next? Okay. All right. Brittany Boo becoming a member for 25 months. Thank you very much. Funeral director with $2 says my lost interest fans are fem TSN bots, lame biased clips. I actually like.
I love my lost interest.
I like that guy. He's the only reason I still watch anything of any of that kind of shit. Is I just think his clips are fascinating.
I normally don't rate his clips. I'm too boring. So I think the only clips of me he has are probably ones where I broke down, and I guess that one. But yeah, no, I love my lost interest, man. That guy's awesome.
I endorse my lost interest.
He does an amazing amount of work for all of us, and we should be grateful.
I like him. Yepem says, I watched Nick's last broadcast. I don't get it. He is gross and creepy. He looked old. He looked very old, but you want gross and creepy. Oh my God. Keanu is like chomping at the bit to get on this week, like on Thursday, to do Gossip Girls Thursday, because she got Instagram messages from Nick. And the way she's described them to me, they sound like the most cult leader shit I've ever heard. So like, Nick knows that Keanu, because I think Nick is a narcissist enough where he's watching everything about himself, which I hope he's not watching the keynote.
How would you recognize that at all as a trait that a person has?
I don't watch any clips on myself because I have something Nick doesn't, which is called shame. And I don't watch clips of myself because
Until someone tells you they exist, you go, ooh, they said stuff about me?
No, I see the channel that puts them up, and then I go, I make a value judgment. And I go, I'm not going to like hearing this. This is going to be bad. Sometimes if it's people that I like, I'll be like, oh, I won't fucking watch this clip. Like the Keno Casino guys, they rip me to shreds. Like PPP hates my guts, but I really like him. I think he's really good, so I watch their stuff. And the last time I watched it, they complimented me, which is weird because they complimented me about showing the text for a receipt to prove there was indeed a relationship because Nick tried to make it sound like it was a lie. I didn't like doing that, by the way. That made me feel gross. For the record, in the future, all texts or anything like that to be released will be released to the proper officials, as it were.
Facebook.
You're right, exactly. I'm more of a Facebook man myself. No, I didn't like the way I felt. I didn't like the way, I mean, what's weird is the things that make me mentally happy are things that make the internet upset. And the things that make me upset or feel like I'm going backwards are things that make the internet happy. And there's a direct correlation between pleasing the internet and being mentally ill. I think there's a direct correlation between those two.
So the closer you get to one, the farther you are from the other. I got it.
Right. If I'm happy in my life, the internet doesn't like what I'm doing. If I'm doing something that I feel is destructive or unproductive in my life, the internet cheers it along 100%. So God bless. They don't care about you. They just want the show. But Keanu's very excited to get on the air
to talk
Thursday.
about these texts.
She got Instagram DMs from Nick.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently it is a much different Nick than we were shown on that live stream.
Really?
This is a get control of anyone talking shit about you guy. And then the minute they don't go for it, you just start raging at them. Now, I will say this. This is the Nick I know when he was under the influence of substances. The Nick I knew would try to be very charming when he would want something. And then if you went, no, I'm not okay with it. You piece of shit. Like, he was like a cartoon character. It was fucking hilarious. If you would deny him what he wanted, like he would try to talk you into what he wants is what you want. Like,
right.
You have mutual interest. And you go, that doesn't work for me. And then it goes to, you piece of shit, you motherfucker. So apparently he goes to Keanu and he tries to sweet talk her a little bit. He's like, hey, because Keanu has been, here's the thing. I think Keanu, and these messages made me think this. I think Keanu is hitting it more on the head about Nick than anyone else is. Because Nick certainly doesn't like the messaging going against him. And he feels like if he can turn someone on that messaging, like he tried to call me from some kind of shady number I don't have the Friday after he got out. He's called a bunch of streamer people and tried to talk to them, like to try to control the messaging that comes out. And with Keanu, she has been hammering him. I mean, just not letting him get away with a goddamn
Normally
thing.
he enjoys it.
Yeah. No, I didn't say trampling.
Oh.
But she's been like, he's a narcissist. He's a brainwasher. He gave April coke, and then she turned into a different person. She hasn't been talking to me. I think it's partially his fault. Like, she's really been like hammering the shit out of him. So
April was her girlfriend. She's pissed about that.
Yeah. So Nick starts messaging her, and I get text from Keanu. She's like, oh my God. And what she told me was, oh my God, Nick is messaging me on Instagram. I hate him more than I did before I interacted with him. She's like, this guy is worse than even I initially thought. So I guess he started messaging her, and she'll give us the whole story on Thursday of how, like, oh, I've encouraged April to contact you. First of all, what do you mean? I thought she wasn't there, number one. But you've been encouraging April to, okay, cool. So that was kind of a dead giveaway right there, although we all knew. But by the way, my personal theory is Nick wants Kayla gone, and he wants to be with April. Like, he fed her coke. He got her kind of roped in and kind of turned her into little mini Nick. And now he wants her, and, Kayla can head off somewhere. So that's the theory I'm working with, which, I mean, is terrible for April. That's an awful life.
Just in general, a dude's got that kind of setup and he wants to bring you into this. And then, like, if you get replaced or if you replace someone else, how do you know you're not eventually up on the docket? Like, I mean,
and not only that, the guy looks like death warmed over, and he's got not one but two substance abuse problems. And he's facing 25 years in prison. I mean, I have to say, honey, wonderful work. Wonderful. And by the way, my opinion is still the same, no matter how many jokes I tell. Get away from all of us. I agree with Gino. Get away from all of us. go back to Litchfield, rebuild your life, or move to another state. Fuck it. Borrow some money, go somewhere. But he writes to Keanu. He's like, oh, I've encouraged April, blah, 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 this and that, this and that. And Keanu, if you know Keanu Thompson, she doesn't trick easy. She's not bullshitted easy. She doesn't like to be handled or anything like that. So she went off on him. And we'll get the full story of this. I'm just giving you the bare bones of what I have because I don't even want to know too much before the show Thursday. And apparently after she called him out on his horse shit, and she goes like, she had a theory. She goes, I think Nick is texting for April. He goes, I think when April's texting, it's actually Nick. Like, she thinks it's gone like full cult leader, give me your phone. I don't believe that.
I would hope not.
I would hope not. And, but who knows? So Keanu lets him have it. And then apparently, and this is according to Keanu, he just starts sending her crazy messages. Like, he's just like, fuck Aaron, he's a piece of shit. He goes, Aaron got cucked out of his life and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, when Keanu told me that, I go, I got cucked out of my life. Let's see. I have all my children. Nick, can you say the same? No. I got out of your hellhole. Didn't get hooked on drugs. Can you say the same? No. Okay. I'm not facing felony charges where I could go away for 25 years and acting like a complete fucking dipshit about them. Okay, I got that one. So I have all my children. I have my dog. I have everything. Basically, I lost my wife to cocaine and a felon.
So he just misspoke. It was a typo. You got cucked out of your wife, not your life.
Yeah, my wife, not my life, sure. But
rest of it's swimmingly.
I got to tell you, Nick, I do feel like I came out on top on this deal. I mean, whatever you have to tell yourself.
Use that phrase.
Whatever you have to tell yourself to cope, buddy, that's fine. And not even to me, by the way. Won't even say it to me. Says it to Keanu. Anything you have to say to make yourself feel better about the shithole that you're in right now, I give you grace. I give you leeway. Because, quite frankly, you could use some. But I am so excited to hear her part of this. Because, like I said, I've heard bare bones so far. But
we only have to wait for Thursday.
Yeah, I will say this. It does check out with me. Like the way she told the story, I'm like, yep, that's the Nick I remember. You know, try to butter him up, try to sweet talk him. And he doesn't have a lot of patience. Like he'll try the sweet talk, and as soon as you go, nah, I think that's horse shit. What? Fuck you, you piece of shit. Well, here's what really, blah, blah, blah. And you're like,
I thought when you did like copious amounts of blow, you gained an amazing amount of temperance, and you could just tolerate lots of stuff and just water off a duck's back.
Yeah. You would think that, but no, apparently it makes you remarkably paranoid and jittery and angry, and it puts you on a hair trigger. Who would have thought? I shouldn't say hair trigger. They found guns in shell casings. But, Keanu telling me that story, I was like, the way she told me about the crazy messages made me think that when he was writing those, he was under the influence, because when he wrote me that text, when I said I wasn't going to come back that weekend and that I was done, he wrote me this big, long, angry text. You lied to my wife and I, and you lied to my wife about me, and you blah, blah, blah. And he goes, and kill yourself, all this like crazy shit. That's why my last text to him was, okay, addict, LOL, and then I blocked him. When he gets on the junk, whether it's booze or drugs, and he gets over a certain point, he just turns into a fucking insecure rage monster. And it sounds like that's kind of what happened with Keanu. So I'm excited about Thursday. It should be fun to listen to. The fact that it was someone who was criticizing him a bunch and he just couldn't help himself and he had to reach out to them to try to change their mind about him, that is peak narcissism right there.
All right. So Thursday is going to be the big day. We should start selling tickets.
Thursday should be pretty interesting. And Keanu's...
maybe we shouldn't hype it too much. It'll end up being like the Trump tax return thing.
No.
It'll look like what's or not. We've got the receipts. This proves nothing, but he pays his taxes.
Keanu's pretty fired up. So it should be pretty good. Let's go to Adam Simon gifting a membership. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans with $2 says Aaron met his favorite poet in a bathroom stall. Funeral director with $5 says hyping up another receipt like this return video again before seeing it. Better not be another exaggeration or I'll probably become a Nick fan. What return video? Another hyping.
The one where he came back online and.
Oh, no. You're hyping another receipt. Oh, the Keanu thing? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Keanu's fired up. Keanu's pretty fired up. It should be. Thursday seems like so far away.
So if we blame anybody for it being a lackluster thing, it's the broad's fault.
Oh, yeah. It's Kiki's fault 100%.
Yeah.
Lance becoming a member for 1 month says, in my opinion, April and Nick blame you for their situation. I'm sure they do. Well, I know April does. She blames me. I'll tell you this. If she would have been here with her husband and or the stepkids that she claimed she loved but ignored at the end at every turn, she wouldn't have gotten arrested. I do know that. So you can blame me all you want, but if you would have been where we were, you would have never been in the trouble you're in.
Yeah, but if you want to take the docket to an even further extent, she could say if she never hooked up with you, she wouldn't have gotten in that trouble too.
That's true. If she would have never co-hosted, I think the beginning of the end was when she started co-hosting this show.
It was fun. She started coming in on the Wednesday night evening shows. It was just a good hang.
She liked it. She had a lot of she had a lot of fun when it was limited exposure, and then it became all internet all the time. And she, like Chrissy says, you don't know if you can handle it until you see it, and she couldn't handle it, unfortunately. But what do you do? It's you live, you learn. But does Nick blame me for his situation? Well, here's the deal. Maybe he does, because I defied his grand order. But it's not hard to say, like, if you're not a weak-minded person, it's easy to say no to Nick. He's not impressive. He's weak, remarkably see-through. So it's not hard. Like, Nick likes surrounding himself with weak-minded people because, like a Keanu, very strong-minded person, he just lashes out at her when she doesn't give him his way. Me, same thing, lashes out when he doesnn't get his
but
way.
You took a bit, so I mean, so maybe not weak-minded, but how about soft around the edges minded? You were pliably minded?
Oh, yeah, no,
a little bit?
Yeah, you're right. I meant at the end.
Okay.
I meant like now. Now and at the end,
Right.
You couldn't yeah, I was look, I was fucking. But being the sober one out of 4 people, drug-wise, that is kind of weird. But no, Thursday's going to be great. It'll be fun. As far as Lance's assertion that Nick blames me for his situation, I don't even know if Nick thinks he's in a situation. He is arrogant enough to believe that he actually either didn't do something wrong or that
he's going to get away with it or whatever.
Yeah, or that get away with it's a weird way to put it because I don't think he feels he has anything to get away with. I think he's convinced himself that he's a victim.
Okay, so he's going to vindicate himself throughout all this.
Watching Nick, I learned something. I learned, wow, I am so not a narcissist. Because I actually
line it up like this and then chop, chop, chop. That's
divide it and separate it. And
they're not just for purchases anymore. All right. Sorry.
You're going to get them taken away by the cops if you're not careful. So anyway, that does he blame me for his situation? Maybe he does a little. That's fine. I know I didn't shove the shit up his nose. I don't even know where he gets the shit. He went and did that his damn self. So, Red Honda with $2 says, Carl said it was your fault the cops busted Nick. You know what? I've forgiven Carl because I realized something about Carl. Carl's friend is Dick Masterson, and Dick Masterson has been sweeping for Nick to an embarrassing amount. I mean, some of the things these people have to say to defend Nick is some of the most trite third grade, I'm mad at teacher, anti-authority bullshit I've ever seen. And you don't get mad at them. You just go, oh, that's embarrassing. I understand you have to do that because they're your friend. I don't know, man. I've had friends who are, I've had one friend who's an alcoholic. And I never swept for him. I was always like, dude, so-and-so needs to get help. Like, so-and-so's got a serious problem. Like, because I never felt you did your friend any favors by making excuses for them or guarding them.
Right.
If anything, you're an enabler at that point. But
Well, you did sweep for me a couple of times, and I'm a horrible pothead, but that's just because I can't use a broom.
No, I say you're a horrible pothead.
All right, so we're good.
Yeah, we're fine. I just don't encourage you to do anything about it because Lord knows you could use something, you know? But Carl's good friends with Nick Masterson. So Carl has to be on Nick's side. I don't blame Carl for that. Carl, although, at one point Carl liked me. So who knows? Maybe that snake turns around. Maybe we've got like a scorpion and a frog situation. But my fault the cops busted Nick. I'll tell you whose fault it was that the cops busted Nick. And here's a flaw in Carl's logic. It's Nick's fault that the cops busted Nick. It's always your fault when the cops bust you. You went outside your marriage. Now, we both did, but only one of us admits it. You went outside your marriage. You were remarkably immoral. You brought your wife's boyfriend and your side piece to church with you. You basically insulted God to his face. You showed up places all fucked up out of your mind and people noticed it. You lost 40 pounds in a year. You look like shit. You gave everybody, and then you did a stream where you gave everybody the opportunity to look at you and go, oh my God, he's a fucking disaster. There's fucked up on stream. There's drunk on stream, whatever. And then there's whatever the fuck that was. And you come down, you got white powder on your nose. You're all fucked up and you're doing that stream. And then after all that happens, I go on and go, this motherfucker needs help. They got drugs, blah, 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 blah. Here's what I saw when I was there. Here's what I did when I was there. Here's the fucked up shit that I was a part of.
So you totally didn't help, but I don't think it would have. You might have sped things up at most.
They had more than enough before I opened my fucking yap. They had more than enough. And when I was talking about it, did I think anything would happen with the police? No, of course not. But I didn't realize how much the community knew about all four of us. I didn't know how much the community knew about how fucking shitty Nick looked. And I didn't know how much the cops knew about how shitty April looked. Remember in the search warrant affidavit, they talked about our episodes where April appeared strung out and high on cocaine. And I just recently was able to start watching those episodes and, oh boy, I would watch them and I would remember the fights we had after where I was like, you need to stop doing this shit. And then her response was, you're a monster, you're a terrible person, you're a bad husband, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, all right, well, looks like we may be at an impasse here. It's looks like we may be. Well, I didn't know that behind my back, Nick was telling her all these copes about cocaine and why it was fine. And he just wanted a drug buddy.
Yeah.
Like, because I know Kayla felt guilty about how much they were doing, and I know she would raise questions about it. And so he probably didn't like that. Then he has me in his ear like, dude, my wife's doing fucking blow every day with you. I don't like that she's doing coke every day. Oh, no, you have to understand it's okay because of blah, blah, blah. So he would tell me that stuff, and I'd go, well, that's a bunch of horse shit. But he would tell her that stuff, and she's like, oh, yeah, really? Okay. Like, April's a very insecure person, and if someone tells her what she's doing is okay, she won't question it. She'll just go with it. And so he would, like, she didn't want to stop doing it. Here I am bugging her about not doing it. And here's somebody else, while he's telling me, oh, yeah, no, absolutely. But then meanwhile, going back to her and going, isn't he fucking annoying? Oh, by the way, this is totally fine. You can go ahead and do it. Like I said, just kind of scumbaggy David Koresh kind of vibes.
Yeah.
You know, with that whole thing. But like I said, Thursday's going to be very interesting with Keanu. So as far as Red Honda, Carl saying the cops busted Nick was all my fault. Yeah, Carl's a Dick Masterson guy, and Dick's a sweeper. So Carl's got to do his sweeping. But I don't. It's the internet. I don't put anybody on a high pedestal. That way I'm not surprised when they behave certain ways. But, you know, when you get busted by the cops for that much cocaine, it's nobody's fault but your own. Just like if I would have still been there and not been
It's
gone.
Aaron's fault. He made me go out and buy all 27 grams or however fucking
Right.
much he had.
And when they told me,
Dealer was looking at him and like, you sure you want this? Nope, but I got to do it because of fucking Imholt. Here we go.
fucking Aaron and him not doing coke is really making me buy a shitload of coke. But yeah, Carl, he's saying what he has to say. If I would have been there still and not been gone for a month and a half and, on the verge of, settling the divorce and like, you got to remember, I had already filed papers at this time. And the only reason those papers weren't signed and the divorce wasn't final is because she wanted an NDA, and then getting busted kind of shot that in the ass. But
so now every time I see April, I just approach her. Let me see your papers. The papers, please.
you know what NDA stood for that day? Now
What?
detaining April. Oh,
Oh, no.
oh, Aaron.
So wait a minute. She wanted an NDA so you wouldn't disclose anything about your relationship?
Well, here's what I think it was. Again, everything about April kind of lines up to being brainwashed by Nick. And that doesn't excuse her. She still made her own choices. You've still got to be a stronger person than that. But, well, instead of me just telling you, let me ask you, did you notice that she had changed at all?
Yeah, she'd seem different.
Okay.
We used to talk a lot more. I used to always see her at the end of the show when I got done and came upstairs. I used to like nothing like regular or anything, but every couple of weeks or something, if we hadn't seen or spoke, we'd text like, hey, dude, hope you're doing well, just
Yeah.
like a one-sided thing. And no. After all that, we'd stopped talking for a while. I had thought it was something like when your guys' stuff went down because I'm an asshole. I thought I had done something wrong or people didn't like me.
No, she's not
Which is
talking
probably
to anybody.
half true.
Yeah, she's not talking to anybody. Nick's very good at that. Like, that's, again, that narcissism thing where you isolate people away from everyone in their life. Chrissy, Keanu, you. Her parents didn't even take her from jail back to Litchfield. Just whoosh, right, get back to Spicer. Also, I don't think Nick wants more people ratting on him. So he wants to keep everybody nice and close. That's why I said, like, Kayla could save her ass by just telling the truth. Like, if she just came out and talked to CPS and everybody else and told the truth, she'd be fine. She wouldn't do a day in jail. She's a first-time offender. She could go to rehab. Minnesota's about diversion. They're not about detention when it comes to especially first-time
just
drug
look at the
offenders.
cities.
Right? They let everybody out. Are you fucking kidding? But I can't remember where I was on
Nick
that.
doesn't like people going off talking. I mean, we can get to it Thursday. There'll be more
Yeah.
time to cover it.
Yeah. No, but April, Keanu has a theory that Nick is writing her texts for her. And it's an interesting,
That's scary if true.
it's an interesting theory, and it kind of jives with the way he's been behaving, but I can't, I'll say this, I can't go that far yet, personally. By the way, today's number for overtime is 315. If you'd like to contribute to our show, Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo, those links are in the chat. Otherwise, super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, and Rumble rants are good too. Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans with $2 says the last straw for Aaron was his sex with Nick. Never, not once. I'm tired of denying it.
Yeah, it's never going to end, dude.
No.
None of us are convinced, myself included. I need screenshots or it didn't happen.
One more part of this. Nick said in his return stream that he's going to do his shows standing up from now on so he can prove he's sober, which is one of the most retarded things I've ever heard. Like, there's nothing about standing up during a stream that proves you're sober.
It proves you're just not so drunk you can't stand up.
I'm going to stand up so that I can prove that I'm not falling down drunk. It's like I could stand up 5-6 beers deep and do a show. It wouldn't be as good of a show, but I could do it. But I don't. Standing up means you're not drinking.
Yeah, dude, I could have 4 Jameson and gingers and still stand, and I have no ability to stand regularly.
Yeah,
I've done that plenty of times at the club where I'm not driving home, and I'm like, all right, I'll have another one. Do. Like, it's not a big deal.
Not a big deal. So, yeah, we'll watch. We've got a Gino clip for later. We'll take a look at that. Otherwise, we are all caught up on the gossip stuff from today. It's just funny to me. In his streams, Nick is always, oh, I hope Aaron makes $1 million, blah, blah, blah. It's funny that behind the scenes, he's messaging people, that motherfucker is a piece of shit. That is a very Nick thing to do. The very nice-looking public face, and then the real Nick, which is, if I can't have my way, I'm going to yell and scream like a petulant child. I also saw he put an Instagram post up yesterday that said, he took a picture of him outside, like in his driveway or his backyard, and it said, life can be beautiful even when the world is stacked against you. And I'm like, motherfucker, the world isn't stacked against you. It's not like you were born in Ethiopia. You're a fucking trust fund baby who's having a midlife crisis and got caught in a harem with a bunch of coke. I don't really think this is a you against the world type of thing. You know, you're not Mark Wahlberg in Shooter, motherfucker. Like, you got caught with a shitload of coke and guns in your house with it being a pigsty with children all over the place. I don't think you're a victim, but I will say this. I do think he honestly believes that he's a victim.
The justice system is coming after me just like Donald Trump. It's just they're breaking all the rules. Anything they can do to get me, man. They're not going to let up. They're not going to relent. And I'm not even running for office. I'm just doing a bunch of blow and drinking on stream. I mean, they accuse me of doing a bunch of blow.
It's, he's like, and anyone who believes the government story is a bunch of bootlicking gay F words. It's like, they're not believing the government story. They're reading the shit that came out of your house. That's not, like, if someone tells you a story and you just buy it, that's one thing. But if people go, oh, yeah, and by the way, we have this, and this to back up our story, you're like, I'd kind of be a dipshit retard denying reality if I didn't, at least give that some credence. And also, remember that what they found in that house was exactly what I was telling you was in that house before they went in there. So, again, you can love me, you can hate me, you can think I'm a shithead or the worst guy in the world. Everything I've said so far, 100% backed up and nailed it. And that's just because I'm telling you my life. 3:10 away from today. Thank you very much for all of the super chats, all of the PayPals, the Venmos. Very, very cool. Thank you guys for your generosity. Thank you to Michael and Chris as well. Let's go to Doorman. Says, remember when Aaron said he was real news and never wanted to get wrapped up into the internet drama? Pepperidge Farm remembers. New boot goofing. Glad you're out of the situation. Yeah, look, it's my life. So I talk about it. It's fascinating to me. $15 from Mid-Soda. I think this is Jax. He $15
Jax.
Says, don't use this for drugs. Thank you, buddy. I
love him.
I will not.
I'm going to be at Winners in Sartell this Saturday.
Ooh.
Speaking of Jackson, working for him. So if you want to come hang out with me at Winners, I'll be there from 9 to 2 running music.
Unfortunately, it's my summer schedule now, so it's just kids 4 or 5 days a week.
Oh, I know. I wanted to come hang out with you Saturday, but I was even worse than I am now. I was coughing so bad.
Holy shit, dude.
I had
Charlotte did karaoke for 5 hours straight. On Saturday.
Definitely your daughter.
Yeah, we built that karaoke setup in my neighbor's garage, and
yeah, I saw the clip you shared.
Oh fuck, man, she can sing her balls off. We did. She wanted to do "Walkin' in Memphis" together, and holy shit, did she kill that song? Like, she really. Yeah, here's the clip.
She sang her baldo off.
Oh. See, now, this is another thing. So I was putting clips up of the kids this weekend on Instagram and Facebook. And on Instagram and Facebook, people were really, really cool. Really, really. Like, oh, that's so nice. On Twitter, you put it up there, and that's where the most retarded internet people go. And they go, why are you putting a picture of your kids up there? I'm like, first of all, my ex-wife has the internet landscape littered with pictures of the children. I mean, there's secret hiding it, whatever. And then dude, Johnny, I'm not kidding. One person wrote, you're just posting pictures of your children to taunt Nick. I'm like, what? They're like,
hey, Nick, look what I still have, a family. Woo.
And that's look, that's not taunting Nick. Nick doesn't want his kids around. Nick sees his kids as an inconvenience. In his own stream, he said, he was bragging about how much downtime he has now. Nick, you guys have to realize something about Nick. There is one person who is important and the center of Nick's universe, and that's him. That's himself. He loves the downtime he has. Nick is not bothered by his 5 children not being in the house all the time. It doesn't bother him deep down. He'll say it does, but he also said he was a good Christian trad dad who was aggressively monogamous. I mean, his word is shit. But he's happy with all the free time he has. I mean, if you don't believe his words, believe his actions. What tact is he taking in this case that he's got? Is he taking the tact that gets his kids back the fastest, or is he taking the tact that tries to save his own ass?
Looks like he's trying to take the one that saves his own ass.
He's trying to save his own ass because I know that the kids not being in the house bothers the shit out of Kayla, but it doesn't bother Nick, I don't think. So no, I am not, when I put pictures of my children and I having a wonderful weekend, I'm not doing it to taunt people. I'm sorry if you've lost your children. I am not trying to trigger you.
Taunting you was just a benefit.
Check this out, though. So first of all, smoke the shit out of those chickens, my man. Those were some very good chickens.
So that's your chimney smoker? Glass front. Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
Little glass front pit boss there.
That's going to be a bitch to clean all the time.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, well, no, I'm saying the way a smoker works, you're just going to be coating that thing with residue. It's just,
The chicken,
that's all I'm saying.
the chicken tasted great. Kind of want to do salmon next, but yes, you're right.
Salmon's amazing. Dude, hickory smoked salmon and then lemon pepper smoked salmon. Love
Hickory
those two.
smoked salmon, you say? Well, guess what pellets are loaded into my smoker right now?
Hickory, good
It would
choice.
be hickory pellets. All right, there's a couple singing things that I wanted to show you. Here we go.
Wow, I thought April was taller.
Jet plane on a clear blue sky. Sun came shining down on all your lies. I got too much pride to let that happen again. So this is where it ends.
Fucking crushing it, that kid. Then a little Mark Cohn.
Uh-oh. It's about to get super good.
You're going to have to put up with my voice a little.
They brought me down to see her, and they asked me if I would
She gets solo here in a second.
do a little number, and I sang with all my might. She said, tell me, are you a Christian child? And I said,
Ma'am, I am tonight.
walking in Memphis.
I was walking with my feet 10 feet off a deal.
Walking in Memphis.
How much do your neighbors hate you, though? Like when you sing.
The way I feel.
Walking in Memphis.
I was walking with my feet 10 off a deal.
Walking in Memphis. But do I really feel the way I feel? There we go. That's
Yeah,
right.
there you go. So she did that like 5 hours. She's just back to back. She's going, I have another one. I have another one. I have another one. I have another one.
So it was just all her. Nobody else got to sing, really.
Oh no!
Unless they did a duet.
Everybody got music in, but Charlotte, she would keep the show going. Like if people ran out of songs, she's like, "I'll do this one."
I got this one.
Yeah. So that was 1 o'clock in the afternoon to 6.
Jesus.
And I told, and like afterwards, exhausted. I'm like, I'm going to, like, I literally like, I'm gonna clean up. I'm gonna go to bed. And Charlotte's like, yeah, I think so too. I go. She goes, why am I so tired? I go, Charlotte, you understand you did the equivalent. Let's say we started singing at 9 at night. You did the equivalent of singing from 9 at night to 2 in the morning. Like that's going to wear you out pretty good.
And you've been drinking and smoking all
Yeah,
day. The
well-
cigars take a heavy toll.
That's the other thing. And like the crystal meth she was doing, like it was
Oh, no.
terrible. You see, Carl, now if I got busted because I just said that, I wouldn't get arrested because we weren't really doing crystal meth. You see, you have to be guilty of something when you get raided to get arrested and taken in. They have to actually have found something. You can't just say whatever the fuck you want, and then you go to jail. That's not how it works. They have to actually come in and find something, sweetheart. But then again, you probably got a cookie from Dick when you said that, so that's probably good. Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans with $2 says, swingers swing in both ways. It's swinging. No, they don't. Well, then we're calling it wife swapping.
Wife swapping.
That's what we'll call it. Probably a little more accurate.
That's not actually true. Swingers don't always swing in both ways. Some do, some don't. Some just like to have their significant other get plowed in front of them while they plow somebody else. Like, I don't know. It goes all sorts of weird ways. That's why I don't go near that place.
It's
scary.
And some of us like to learn the hard way. That it's not really
hard by meaning your erection or just
hey-o.
Woo jokes.
Guys, thank you very much. Great start to the day. 280 away from overtime today. Thank you very much. If you want to throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo, we appreciate your generosity. All right, before we do like the Mersh stuff and the Gino stuff and all of that shit, let's go ahead and let's do a few news stories. I don't want to overload people with gossip right off the jump, as the kids say. So let's grab a few things. I know we've got some Alex Jones a little bit later today. Alex Jones was emotional again. He was, yeah. Well, I think, and
did it happen to him too? Did Mersh say something and he broke like a bitch like I did and just started bawling about his life falling apart? I'm sorry, Alex. Mersh has that weird talent, man. I feel your pain. You're having a tough time and you're keeping it inside, and then one guy says one thing and it just makes you fall apart and it all comes out.
Yeah, Mersh is just a big meanie who makes people cry all the time. It's terrible.
It's a special skill he has.
Yeah, what a terrible guy that Mersh is. Just making Alex Jones cry, making Johnny cry. No offense to you, Johnny. I don't know if there's a single thing in this world Mersh could say that would make me feel bad.
Yeah, no. It wasn't even like Mersh didn't super upset me and that's why I cried. No, Mersh just managed to break the wall. I've just been dealing with a lot, but oh well, it happened. Can't take it back.
I mean, in the clip we're going to watch later, you get kind of more of a full body shot of Mersh, and you just kind of look at it and you go, nothing this person could say could make me feel bad. Ever. Ever. Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans with $2 says, grilled a New York strip steak yesterday. Good job.
Good for you.
$1.99 from White Girl Hoeing says, do you beat your kids to make them perform? No.
He's building the new Jackson 5. What would we call it? The Imholt 3?
Yes. It's the Imholt 4. Imholt 3, you're right, because Joe Jackson was not part of the...
Yeah, you're managing them.
Yeah. There you go. Hobo Chili, her name is
Plus,
Charlotte.
We heard you singing earlier. You better stay backstage.
Hobo Chili says her name is Charlotte, but yet you're built like the character from Charlotte's Web. Oh, you see, I'm Wilbur. I'm the fat pig.
Oh.
That's what Hobo's saying. You see, because fat and Hobo. Hobo, you better be careful. I'm going to tell them all you're a really nice guy. I'm going to tell them that you're a good dude. You're a good human being. All right. Let's go on to some other things, and then we'll come back to Mersh and Gino and all that. And speaking of Dick Masterson, his producer got arrested at an Eric July event. The internet is so fucking gay. Stop it. Go do something. Go do a life thing. Stop. A guy's got an event. I'm going to go stand outside of it in a cape. No. Go call your friends. Go out and do something. Go have some goddamn fun, because I don't care how much you think you're trolling a person. When you're committing time and energy to go to their big event and quote unquote fuck with it, you're also taking time away from your life that you'll never get back to go experience someone else's life. You're basically you've become a spectator in your own life.
Yeah, but if you view interfering with someone's event like that as a worthwhile use of your time, what else did you have to do?
Fair. That's actually a fucking really good point. But the Eric July thing. So here's the way I understand it. A black guy wrote some comics and people thought they sucked. So they decided to eternally fuck with this guy. And then when they eternally fuck with the guy gets mad that he's getting fucked with. And I guess
That'll help.
Yeah, I guess the guy's making a shitload of money off these comic books. Like this Eric July is, from what I understand, and I have no dog in this fight, and I know people get really upset with it. But from all standpoints that I see monetarily, like he's doing very well. He's killing it monetarily. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that's why people are mad or they think he's like a grifter or a piece of shit or whatever. I mean, grifter, not a grifter, piece of shit, not a piece of shit. He's drawing.
He's doodling in a book. Who gives a fuck?
Right. And he's drawing money. So whoever's working with him on these comics, they're happy because they're making money. But for some reason, people are upset with the guy. They don't like the guy. And so he had this big fan meetup. And apparently it went really well. He had it at some venue. There were a shitload of people there. Alex Stein was there. And it went very well. And then Riley, who we met in October, that fateful day where I began to lose my wife. I met Riley. I drank with Riley. I like Riley. I really do. Yeah. I thought he was a really fun dude. But he went to this event in a cape. And he just, I don't know, was standing outside the event looking in. And, to me, you can't pay me enough money to go sit outside someone else's thing, even if I believe I'm trolling it. I'm sitting outside looking in at someone else's experience. And maybe that's where I'm not an internet guy. That doesn't do it for me.
We bought these tickets. We came all the way here to see this dude because we like his work or whatever the fuck. Better turn around. There's some fucker in a cape right here. Time to go home.
It didn't stop anybody from going in. So this happens, and everybody who hates this Eric July is like, fuck yeah, this is awesome. I don't have an opinion about the guy one way or the other. You know, he's makes some comics. I feel like if I get mad about anything comic related, I'm just a gay F word. You know?
I can't say the same. I've gotten mad about comic book shit before.
Okay, well, I mean, look, it's just me. I'm not judging anyone else.
I'm just a gay F word.
So I don't have an opinion on it. And everyone thinks if you criticize one thing someone does or the other, that you're on their side or off their side. I don't really give a shit. But I saw people getting mad at this Eric July because Riley ended up getting arrested for stalking or trespassing or something. And everyone was like, oh, Eric July's a bitch. Eric July's a fake gangster. He keeps telling people to pull up, and then Riley pulls up and he calls the cops and has him arrested. Now, first of all, what was the first sign that you thought the guy was a fake tough guy? The fact that he doodles comic books for a living? I could have told you that. You didn't need confirmation. But number two, in fairness to the guy, what we're hearing is he's not the one who called the police. The venue owner did. So a venue owner who has no dog in the comic book fight, he just sees dollar signs and business and people coming through the door.
Doesn't want someone to fuck with it.
He looks outside and sees, like I said, I like Riley, but if you were just a venue owner and you looked outside, you'd be like, who's that retard in a cape outside? No, I'm not having a fucking fat retard in a cape sitting outside my venue while I've got a big event going on.
Guys, oh my God, is that Kevin Smith? Is that? Oh, it's not Kevin Smith.
No, he's much younger. Fuck. It's just Riley. So he calls and says, this guy's trespassing. I don't want him, at my venue. Cops come. They take him away. I'm sure nothing bad's going to happen to Riley. I'm sure he'll be just fine. So everybody gets really angry and caught up in this. And I'm just kind of like, it's gay. Because, Riley got to do a funny, silly thing. Eric July got to have his big event. Riley's going to get all kinds of kudos and attaboys from people in internet world for getting arrested. And all the Eric July people are going to be happy because they had this huge event and it went great. And one of the guys they don't like got hauled away in cuffs. So it's just a win for everybody. Another win for the two. I don't even know why it
was offensive. A cape is just a muumuu that's not closed.
Exactly. Everyone likes it. We all forget. And the thing about all these people is they're 40 now. We all kind of forget that we're all 40. And we have this persistent immaturity. I have it. But like, be aware of it once in a while. Like you're arguing and fighting with people in your free time about a guy who writes comic books and a fat guy in a cape who was staring at the guy.
Just be happy we have an adult who's literate. It's a high bar nowadays.
Right. That's actually really nice. Bigot on Socialist Media says this community appears to be as gay as the Dabbleverse. Yeah, I just... And Elza Belza says Aaron puts a lot of time into his research before he starts talking, like 3 seconds worth. No, you don't understand. I am proud to be ignorant on this one. I'm very happy to not know the intricate details because sometimes knowing the intricate details makes you dumber. So sometimes not knowing the intricate details, like when your grandparents didn't know the intricate details of why you were fighting with your sibling. They just had you both go sit in the corner and stare at each other. They were just like, yeah, I don't care who did what. Get the fuck out of here. Go. You're both in trouble. That's kind of like, that's me with, sometimes you can look like more of an adult if you don't know. Like, have you ever heard people say, wow, I'm so glad I know nothing about this?
Yeah, I've heard people say that.
Yeah,
I've said that.
Right. So with the Eric July Riley arrest thing, I'm like, yeah, I have no idea what the details are. That's the best part. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Thank Christ. I just know guy wrote comic book, other guy showed up in cape, guy in cape got arrested, final diagnosis, everyone's a retard. There. Case closed. We settled it. $5 from Jax. He says, you need to just call the group the Imholt 4. You need to be a member of the group and manager. Stack your money. Oh, I could make stacks.
He might know more than me on the whole music thing because he's a very good DJ and stuff, but I still think your vocal cords are going to be a big problem there.
Thanks, buddy.
Just tell him like I see him, man. I'm doing you a favor by not lifting you up when you can't get there. Like,
thank you.
That's like someone telling me, hey, no, you look good. Take the stairs. You're not doing me any favors.
That's true.
Just
Yeah.
hit the button and wait for the elevator.
You're trying to be motivational, but you're hurting more than you're helping. I get it. Volo Ludo with $2 says, here, take my money. I dare you. Dare accepted, Volo. Thank you very much. Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans with $5. Thank you. Aaron and Johnny are fine, really fine. Great natural stamina. No coke. I couldn't walk for days. I was a virgin.
I still can't walk for days.
Yeah. You got Johnny on that one. Elza Belza says 100%. It is all pretty stupid, bigot. Wait, now I'm a... Wait, but I was nicer to the black guy than most people are being. But maybe I'm just being nicer to him because he's black. And that's kind of racist.
Whereas I was just, like I said, glad he's literate.
I don't know why you would...
I'm a dick.
I don't know why you would assume he isn't.
No reason. No reason.
I don't get it.
National test scores.
Oh, boy. $2 from Volo Ludo says Eric should start a band called the July 4th. Oh, fuck. Oh, I hate that so much it hurts. Oh, I hate it. Thank you, Volo Ludo. 270 away from today. We appreciate all of the great support coming in. 1,000 of you checking out the show at the moment. Make sure you hit thumbs up, you share the show, you hit subscribe. We appreciate you guys being here. Like I said, we've got plenty to get to today. Mersh was yelling at Alex Stein and me and Gino and Anthony and a bunch of other people. And then we got Gino Bisconti on his Saturday show yelling at April. So all that's coming up.
Oh, boy.
On today's show. But first, a story out of Irving, Texas. I would like you to guess. And I know you're going to say, guess what? Well,
what am I guessing?
I'm going to start the story, and you can guess. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Wait a minute. Before this starts, I just want to see if anyone in the chat knows what they're guessing. I just want to pull this up real quick, and I want to see. So again, I just want to see if I say I'm going to play the story, And then you can guess. Yeah. There it is. There it is. You got people guessing black, pit bull, black drug crime, pit bull, black. Michael B says you'd have to give us a hint. No, I don't, apparently. Cattle rustling.
People got it right off the jump, I guess.
Black, pit bull, Mersh hybrid, black, Cuban pit bull, white Bronco.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Mr. Q says, who cares about Riley? How about those boobies on Mint? His girl has very nice boobs. She does. I'm not. Single mother, poodle, poignant.
Oh, no.
Black pit bull, drug crime.
Nicki Minaj rolling in flour is actually kind of funny.
Serial killer, your wife getting plowed. I don't have a wife, sir. Thank you very much. I gave her to a junkie. Oh.
She traded up from me for a pile of donut powder.
Exactly. I instead went and I went to a meeting yesterday and then had pizza with somebody after. My life is far more boring. Although once the Parmesan came out,
shit got wild.
A little bit of a flashback, but I managed to suppress. All right, Johnny, ready?
Yep.
You guess.
They say an argument at work led to a deadly shooting inside a Wingstop restaurant.
Okay, so it was definitely not the pit bull.
A fight between an employee and his boss resulted in gunshots at a Wingstop. Go ahead.
Why are we bringing guns to work at a Wingstop? Like you're making chicken.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest with you, Johnny. Of all the places to bring a gun to work, a Wingstop would actually be one of the more reasonable places, in my opinion. That and a Popeyes.
But if you're armed and everybody, wouldn't you know everyone else is packing too? It's just this weird idea that, okay, I've got a gun and I can use it. So we're all just going to start shooting each other because what? Was it an order of chicken fingers that was late? You didn't get a raise?
Well, I mean,
what's going on?
Sure. I mean, just keep naming good reasons.
They scuffed your sneakers.
See?
They didn't respect you properly.
All of these, if they don't put respect on your name, how can you make the chicken?
The suspect, 22-year-old.
Whoa! You can all shut the fuck up and eat your words, bitch. That is a Tejano. You're looking
is he
at.
Is he an American made or is this an import?
Well, I'll be honest with you. The fact that this wasn't a stabbing now vexes me. I would have thought if you would have showed me the mugshot, I would have thought bladed crime. But
so wait a minute, they can get guns now?
What's next? Voting?
Oh shit!
God!
And don't make that joke. Biden's working on it. He needs the support.
No, I meant felons.
Oh
yeah.
Don't make that joke. Biden's working on it. He needs the support.
I guess it works for either one.
Leon was an employee. His victim, 19-year-old Christopher Govea, was the manager on duty. After the argument, police say Govea sent Leon home, and that's when the shooting started.
I'd like to do an impression of the black community while everybody watches this story. Right? My impression of the black community when you find out the victim and the suspect were both Mexican.
Why would they be mad? I think they'd be like, oh.
No, they'd be giving everyone the finger for thinking it was them.
Thinking it was them?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not our fault. I mean, track records show it was a safe bet.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? Say, oh, man, I'm so mad at you. Why? Well, I mean, you picked the Chiefs to beat the Cardinals. I mean, that's not, well, yeah, I mean, can't be mad at me just because the Cardinals pulled one off.
Fox 4's David Centenary spoke with the Govea family, who says he was a hard worker who took care of his family. David.
Yeah, most 19-year-olds are concerned about friends, parties, and, just having fun, but not this 19.
That was a weird way to start the story.
Most 19-year-olds are concerned about friends, party, living in the disco lifestyle, just getting out there and doing stuff.
Hold on a minute. What?
His family says he was all about hard work. He worked 2 jobs just trying to provide for his parents. Unfortunately, police...
Oh, my God, this story's going to Stereotypeville.
He had to provide for his parents because they can't legally work. We won't talk about why.
This young man, of course, here undocumentedly, living in a multi-generational household with many people sleeping to a 2-bedroom apartment, is working 2 jobs to support his parents. And coming up next, we have a story about an Irishman who likes to drink.
Tonight in Irving, a family is mourning the loss of an anchor baby, and we will be incredibly sad.
They're wondering, what does this mean for us? Do we have to go back to Belize?
Say it was at one of those jobs that a disgruntled coworker, someone who was working under him, shot and killed him.
He was a good kid, very hardworking.
Hardworking might be an understatement to describe 19-year-old Christopher Gavea.
That's all he did. He just worked. He just wanted to get his parents to move forward, because his dad's not good in health and his mom can't work because she's taking care of him, so he wanted to get them a house. That's the reason why he was working 2 jobs.
Gavea worked at a grocery store. He was also a manager at a Wingstop. Tragically, it was at that Wingstop in Irving where police say a fellow employee shot Gavea Monday evening.
Dude, if you're 19 and you're managing a Wingstop, like, no joke, you're kind of a prodigy.
You're moving pretty fast. They're trusting you to do that shit. You've obviously got to be showing up on time. Most 19-year-olds aren't that interested in having that much responsibility,
right?
Especially if they're doing 2 jobs.
Well, they're not going to want that responsibility anymore.
Well, now he gets a day off. Thank the Lord.
He was just there doing his job like he had to do. And because he was doing his job, he got killed for it.
Sir, you have a white string in your beard, and it's driving me fucking insane.
Police say Gavea sent home the alleged shooter, 22-year-old Mark Anthony Leone.
And Mark Leone then sent him home to the Lord.
What? Why? What about going home is like, all right, now I have to end you. Like, you get upset, you got to defend yourself or whatever, but you really are willing to end someone's life because he's like, no, how about you don't work today?
Yeah, he gave you the best news ever. You got the night off. You shoot the guy for it? It's like somebody gives you a beautiful gift and you slap him in the face.
What a dick.
An argument. Prior to leaving Wingstop, however, police say Leone pulled out a pistol from his waistband and shot Gavea several times.
You can't believe it, he didn't have a chance to live. He was barely getting to live.
Another employee suffered graze wounds to his head and leg.
I just hope the shooter, he repents for what he did and he actually thinks about what he did. He took someone's son, someone's uncle.
Can we think about the interview we're doing before we wear the Scream shirt?
Well, not only that, what about the news guy wearing a dress, basically?
Yeah.
Jesus, dude. I mean, either
he can't stand any further away. It'll be insulting.
Either tuck it in or wear something that fits. Jesus.
Gavea's brother-in-law says throughout the years, he saw Gavea become a man.
He was a little kid before and carried himself that way, but now, I saw he walked around with his head held high and, just a good head on his shoulders.
Now, inside the...
Oh. So he's being...
Unfortunately, below the shoulders, there's a lot of holes.
Yeah. He was leaking at the end.
The family's apartment is a memorial.
They just can't believe it, the youngest of 7.
Serving as a place to reflect.
Boy, this story really did just become stereotype central, didn't it?
God damn it. Don't worry, his replacement was pulled out of the software. I mean, God damn it, man. Come on.
13-year-old's dropping out of school now so he can take over at the Wingstop.
On the young man's loving sacrifices.
Why is there a bag of Cheetos on the memorial?
For him to still do that and still be providing for his family is something that's incredible that not many people my age can do. And for a 19-year-old to do that, it's incredible.
Well, no one's saying he wasn't an impressive kid.
Dude, what he was doing was amazing.
Yeah.
The reason he got murdered was incredibly stupid. It's all a horrible tragedy. But all along the way, too, we were littered with stereotypes. It's just it's not fair.
I mean, yes, a story can be horrible and terrible and all of that. And this is. And, of course, that's why you make jokes. Because the reality of it is fucking horrifying. It's terrible. Thank you very much to Mac with $9.99. He says, thanks for the show, guys. Thank you for the $10, buddy. We appreciate that. We're only $265 away this morning Thank you. Consistent stream of Super Chats, PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo. We really appreciate that, you guys. If you want to continue contributing, the links are all in the chat, and it does keep this show going. So thank you for the steady stream on the stream, if you will. Johnny, I have to go blow my nose real quick. Lucky nose. Coming up next, we have another plot twist in the Michigan license plate guy, or the driver's license guy. So we found out first, we thought he had a suspended license and he was driving during his Zoom court meeting, and he just looked
the
like
most intelligent thing you can do.
Well, then we found out that the guy actually didn't have a suspended license.
Okay.
And we were thinking, wow, well, the whole internet and the whole world owes this guy an apology. Well, before you get your apologies out, that guy is now in jail. And we'll tell you why. Johnny, tell him about your show and all that. I'm going to run and blow my nose real quick. I'll be back in roughly 30 seconds.
I'm going to be on Just Kidding LLC today at 2. And I don't have a way to zoom in, but when he gets back, let's get a good zoom in there. Let's make sure we know what's going on. I'll be live at 2 p.m. We've got a bunch of stories and stuff left over from last week. Well, not a bunch. We've got a few stories left over from last week that we'll be covering. Let me grab the links to my shows. I thought I put spaces in all of these. All right, we'll have to link them one at a time. Okay, so copy and paste. All right, let's get over to this. Dead Game, good to see you over there on Rumble. Love seeing people on the Rumble.
Oh, boy.
Control V. Jesus, I should have moved my keyboard closer for today.
Now I'm better.
There's the YouTube link. I just don't want, I can't link them all at the same time. Otherwise, they come in as one big link and you can't use them.
Oh, okay. I was on Simpcast last night. I forgot about that. I popped.
Oh, you were,
there.
Huh?
I popped on there real quick. You know, the old Imholt they used to have doesn't respond to texts anymore, so they got the backup Imholt for Simpcast. No, the reason I ended up on there was because during the members-only show last night, which we did at 10 o'clock, somebody wrote to me and said, oh, man, Chrissy's trashing you on Simpcast right now. I'm like, what? Chrissy's a friend? I don't think Chrissy's trashing me on Simp. Now, the thing about the internet is whenever someone is like trying to pit you against someone, especially when it's someone you like, you got to take it with a grain of salt. And step one is going to listen to the actual thing. You know, it's like when people said, oh, yeah, when Ricada came back, like he trashed you. And I listened to it. I'm like, the motherfucker didn't say anything. Like it was the most boring thing. Like you talk about dropping the ball on your return to streaming. That was horse shit. And like Nick has this thing where he's got this act in public. Like the real him can be very vitriolic and emotional and spazzy and shitty. But he likes to look like he's in control publicly. So like during that return stream, he would do, he's really bad at this. Like in order to trash people, he'll say like really subtle, secretive things and do like a weird facial tick. Like, oh, yeah. And it like you watch it and you go, I know you're trying to shit on someone right now. You kind of just look retarded. And like even the person that knows that he's shitting on them just goes, yeah, that's not what you did just there was not ballsy or interesting or anything. It was just really like the problem is Nick is not nearly as interesting or as intelligent as he would really, really like to be. He's kind of a boring, average guy who got born into a family with money. So he's trying to match the status he was born into. And unfortunately, he's just remarkably unremarkable. And I think that's where a lot of the drugs and the drinking and everything and the lifestyle and all that comes in, is he's trying to make himself more fascinating than he is. Well, with this, with the Simpcast thing, I go in, I'm watching Chrissy because people are like, oh, she's shitting on you. And I learned from the Nick thing, I'm like, you got to go watch it first. You can't just be like, Chrissy.
Yeah, you better make sure before you just start burning. And let me tell you another thing about Chrissy. Oh, wait, she just said I was a dick. That's actually accurate.
Well, no, and the girls were talking about our situation, my situation, and the girls love it. The girls love the gossip, you know. And they're talking about it, and Chrissy goes, yeah, I think in many ways, Aaron maybe put the show before his marriage. And I'm like, yeah, sometimes that's absolutely true. There were other times I put my marriage before the show and it hurt the show. And I don't think maybe my contribution to the marriage was appreciated. And the sacrifice to the show was appreciated. But no, she's absolutely right. Some of the time it was definitely like that. And then Keanu said, oh, I think even Aaron would say that. And I'm like, yeah, Aaron would say that. Aaron has said that. So like these people are like, oh, they're shitting on you, dude. So I go watch and I'm like, no, they're
just saying what I've said.
They're being remarkably fair. So I super chatted in and I'm like, hey, girls, great show. Somebody said you were trashing me, Chrissy. I went and watched it, and I 100% agree with everything you said. And then she goes, oh, I'm going to send Aaron the link, and we'll invite him on.
Uh-oh.
Anthony's...
She's just trying to hook you up with more Strange, huh?
Yeah. Anthony's...
Who was the new lady? Who's the new side piece?
Anthony's girlfriend, Missy, was on there, and I've never met or talked to Missy before. She was very, very nice. And I don't think she liked me very much, like, before I came on. And then after I was on, she's like, oh, you're not a piece of shit. And I was like, hey, I like it when
she hasn't gotten to know you yet.
Yeah. Well, no, I just like it when I come into a low bar, That's all. Trump 45 1 ban me, says, Aaron, it's your life. Don't edit your show for a-holes. Ungrateful a-holes grifting off the situation. I wish you will. Well, sad for Nick, Ape, and Kayla seem competitive. They are. April wants Kayla's spot. I mean, that's just, in my opinion, that's just the way it is. Like, she wants Kayla's spot. And I think she's going to get it because April's willing to do whatever Nick wants. She is.
Well, if Kayla's going to wake up, if she's going to wake up from anything, this is, I don't know how much deeper in you can get before you realize if you want out like you've said and proclaimed you have before, what more do you need to show you that now's the time to get out?
There's also a chance that she said that just to, keep my mouth shut and keep me, stop me from talking about, hey, I'm not really big on this whole cocaine shit. Like, not.
Yeah, because that plan totally worked.
Yeah, right. Well, I also think, I don't think Kayla's feelings for me, and she may say now that they were totally authentic and blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying she's lying. But I think Kayla would have loved anyone who wasn't Nick at that point. Like,
just someone in the situation.
Kayla would have loved a reprieve from her relationship, no matter who it was. I don't doubt her sincerity towards things she said to me. I don't doubt her sincerity. I just don't know if it was the fact that it was me. I think it was the fact that it was anybody that wasn't Nick is the issue. But I do know when April brought her clothes there, she fucking didn't like that. I know that she didn't like the hold she had over Nick. And April, oh my God, would April say the fucking shittiest things about Kayla in private. Oh my God. Like, her and Nick sitting me down while Kayla was asleep one time. They sat me down in the bathroom and they were just talking shit about Kayla. And like April was like, I have watched her hurt this man so many times. I'm like, oh, that's funny because from my perspective, I've watched him be a gaslighting piece of shit and driving her insane. But then, all right, that's interesting. And Kayla would always say like she feels like April's trying to be a younger me, and April would say she doesn't know how to treat him and blah blah blah. Like April was trying to replace her. And you could tell that she was trying to do that because her and Nick would constantly be paranoid and say, you and Kayla are trying to bring up swapping partners and just being with each other and us being together. It's like, we're not like saying that. Like, we've talked about how it feels that way sometimes, but we're not saying that's how it should be. You guys are saying that. Like, I don't think, like, as much as like Keanu and stuff and Gino, they accuse Nick of brainwashing April, I think it's a little more mutual. I do.
Like they both were working towards a goal?
They're both angling toward what they want, and that may work out for the two of them because they're both kind of conniving and scheming to get what they want out of the situation. And as long as those interests align, that's
not gonna, I don't know. That's just, I don't ever believe a relationship that forms specifically out of breaking up another one.
That's true.
Like if a relationship is ending and it's on its way out, and then you meet somebody, like that relationship was ending either way, so that's maybe not as much of a thing. But if the two of you are together and we're super happy and I'm aggressively monogamous, this, that, and the other, and then you bring in another new little lady and all of a sudden you start branching off the old one. Like I said, I don't know if you're the new lady, how long do you get to keep that gig before we find another new lady?
Yeah, so whoever said that, the April and Kayla seem competitive, there's a lot of dislike there. There's a lot of dislike and distrust there, and for good reason. Like, I've heard both of them talk about each other. It ain't good, especially the way April talks about Kayla. I mean, it's really fucking shitty. So, put it this way. The first person who wants to get clean in that group of three is going to be the first one out. Because
I have no idea who that'll be.
If Kayla's serious, then it's going to end up being Nick and April together.
So what did Mersh do now that he pissed off Alex?
Okay. Do you want to do the Michigan thing first, or do you want to do the Mersh thing?
Let's do the Michigan thing first.
All right, Michigan thing first, then we'll do Mersh. Thank you guys very much. It's well over 1,000 tuning in right now. That is so great. That is so great, man. That I just keep saying it, but like the amount of people who stuck around and grew this show's numbers are.
They're still waiting for the revenge porn pics.
Maybe that's
close, guys.
Maybe that's what it is. But it's just really, thank you guys so much for enjoying the show. Okay, we'll do the Mersh thing in just a second. First, the Michigan guy.
Yeah.
So a guy in Michigan, we all watched that. That clip went really viral. The guy who
zoomed into a traffic court ticket in his car.
Traffic court ticket for suspended license. And then in the Zoom court meeting, he's fucking driving, and the judge is stunned by this. Now, the problem with that story is what we later found out, it was actually a government clerical error. The guy did not have a suspended license.
Nope.
So he didn't look like the retard that he looked like.
Free and clear. No ticket. Right?
For then. That man is now in jail again. He never even had a Michigan driver's license to begin with.
Oh, so he had not a state driver's license. That's what it is.
So it was suspended license. Wow, what a dipshit. To actually know his driver's license was never suspended. To he never
had one in the first place.
Right. He has never had a Michigan license ever, said Judge Cedric Simpson. The person that needed to be blamed is the person that he was staring at in the mirror. He didn't do what he should have done. At the end of the hearing, Harris got another surprise, a bench warrant for his arrest relating to a 2015 case of, Johnny?
Driving without a license.
Driving with a suspended license. Let's watch. There's nothing else I can say other than let's watch.
Consider that withdrawn given the substitution and you have an appearance.
Let me make it very clear, based upon what the court looked at, he has never had a Michigan license, ever, and has never had a license in the other 49 states and commonwealths that form up this great union. He has never had a license.
He's never had a driver's license.
Okay.
And he still had the balls to zoom in from the driver's seat of his car.
Right. It actually makes the original video even dumber than it was, because we thought he was driving with a suspended license at first.
Yeah.
Turns out he was driving while never having a license in his entire life.
And you have a 9-year-old bench warrant for, again, driving with a suspended license.
Yeah.
So it's not like this has never come back to bite you. You've had time to fix this problem.
Well, then why do these motherfuckers keep listing his license as suspended? It doesn't exist.
Yeah, at what point is it the government's fault for just being like, look, this motherfucker doesn't have a license?
Right. I don't... Fuck the story. I'm trying to think of what the next step will be. Like the next twist in the story will be, actually, this guy doesn't exist. He's dead. Like
Turns out it's a fake identity. He's been stealing someone else's.
Yeah, it turns out he's actually Tupac. He just gained a shitload of weight and got some facial reconstructive surgery. Faked his death the whole time.
But how do we go forward? And that's why I'm here to sort of minimize. You okay? Can he did get into?
I'm hurting bad.
Yeah, he's apparently that weight on his leg is probably hurting him bad.
He's like John Coffey in the Green Mile. He's like, whatever he pulled out of her, he's choking on it. That's the way it is every day. That's the way it is all over the world.
So actually, may he sit down? May he please, Your Honor?
Clear. Part of the reason I'm also doing this is because I think he was warned when he didn't take care of it. And secondly, this has been out there for 9 years.
Yeah.
Well, I did not know about it, Your Honor. Okay.
Counsel, there is not a doubt in my...
What a shitty lawyer. You're like totally covering your own ass. Yeah, that's how you know you got a public defender. He's like, well, this bench warrant's been out for 9 years. He's like, I didn't know how dumb this motherfucker was, Your Honor.
I just met this asshole 5 minutes ago.
What a great lawyer you have that just stands aside as the boulder comes down on your head.
That's true. Yeah,
Okay.
We'll see you in August.
Okay,
The
thank you.
defendant is remanded on the Allen Park warrant. So you go, okay.
Oh, he seems like he's fine now. Oh, no, he's got a walker. Oh.
So at this point, it's bond.
Yeah, he apparently fell or hurt himself somehow.
Or he's just a big fat fuck.
That's entirely possible.
Could just be a big fat fuck. That's usually that'll cause you some.
Well, losing the license might help him. Then he has to walk a little more. You drop some of that weight, buddy. Get your steps in.
Exactly. Yeah. Now he has to walk a little more. It'll be a little bit better. Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans with $2 says, Johnny, what do you think about the St. Cloud VAMC?
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is either.
Sounds like a Veterans Affairs thing, but I don't know.
Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans with another $2 says, men with cats are gay.
Yep. I have 2 of them. Super gay.
You and Mersh both have a couple of cats. You'd think you guys would get along better.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah. Think you guys
you
would
broke
be,
my heart, man.
Think you guys would be fast friends with both of you being so fucking gay for felines, but
yeah, I figured 2 fat gay guys, why couldn't we get along? And then, like I said, he crushed my heart.
Couple of chubby homos with cats, you'd think that you guys would be fine with each other.
We'd just be sucking each other's dicks all day.
Just jacking each other off and plugging each other in the butthole. I mean, just all kinds of fun shit, you know? And all because of your love of the gayest fucking animal a man can own.
Yeah.
Says the owner of a Chiweenie. We are 265 away from today's goal. The Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links are up in the chat. Thank you very much. If you want to contribute some money to this fine program, we always appreciate that. It keeps us going. If we knock out that 265, we'll add 30 minutes on to the end of the show. Thank you guys very much. All right, let's get into some Mersh, shall we? Mersh apparently not happy with Chrissy Mayer, not happy with Gino Bisconti, not happy with me. I don't know. And it's all because of Anthony Cumia, apparently. He's not happy. That
Didn't they used to work on Cumia's network? Like, wasn't
no, they were a guest on Gino's show. But Mersh just said a lot of shit about like Anthony, like he's called him a pedo and stuff like that because Anthony has I would say had, because Missy's not like borderline age-wise, like
right.
But Anthony has had a penchant for very young girls. Especially when the Opie and Anthony show was on, it was always the butt of jokes that, Anthony likes them young. And then there was some catfishing deal where somebody pretended to be a young girl, I think even underage, and it turned out to be some dude. And Anthony bought shit off an Amazon wish list or whatever. And Mersh has really had moral objections to this. He's been really upset with it. But Mersh is making the classic mistake where he's being mad that other people don't feel as morally outraged as he is. It's a weird crusade he's been on for years now, where it was good for his career to criticize Anthony, to go after Anthony. It got him some attention. But then he like turned his attention towards anyone who like was in any way tangentially connected to Anthony. Like he got pissy at us when we started doing a show on Compound, or when we had Anthony on our show, or when I went on Anthony's show. He's like, why don't you denounce Self-Cutting Girl? I'm like, because it was fucking 11 years ago, and who gives a shit? Like,
I can't really control that stuff, so
I'll tell you this.
What does denouncing it now do,
Yeah.
by the way?
As someone who has gone through an embarrassing thing recently, I certainly wouldn't like it if people just judged me based on the most embarrassing thing I ever did. So I very much have a there but for the grace of God go I attitude towards things like that. Well, Nick got catfished by some dude pretending to be a chick, and he like sang on stream to her and like said he'd leave his wife for it. Just like really fucked up weird shit. It happens sometimes on the internet.
He's aggressively monogamous, guys.
Aggressively monogamous with other people. And so Mersh has been on this anti-Anthony kick for some time. And he's like, wow, what do you think about the Self-Cutting Girl thing? And I'm like, I've said before, I'm like, it's fucked up. That was a fuck up, big time. But like, Mersh now is on this crusade where anyone who says a nice word about Anthony is a piece of shit. Let's go ahead and play these rants, I guess. Now, remember, Mersh is prostrating himself as some kind of moral arbiter over the Anthony Cumia thing. Let's see. Let's watch Mersh give us a masterclass in surrendering the moral high ground. This is when somebody feels like they are righteous, but then maybe drinks too much and says something really fucking dastardly. Let's check this out.
And I'm setting a fucking fire. This Cumia shit's the next fucking wave. You cocksuckers either need to fucking denounce this piece of shit or admit that you're so addicted to money and clout that you will suck the dick of an alleged pedophile who has a...
Now, first of all, he's not an alleged pedophile.
That's you alleging that.
Right. That's you. You're alleging that. Like, there's no charges. There's no allegation. Like, Nick is an alleged cocaine addict.
Right.
Because he's facing charges of having 26 grams of cocaine. Anthony has never been alleged by, like, a courtroom or anything like that.
It's only been a court of public opinion.
Right? It's only been Mersh going, he's an alleged pedophile. It's like, well, I mean, I don't really know how the word alleged works specifically, but I feel like it's kind of a weird, like, it's kind of a weird backdoor way of saying something where if you allege it, now it's alleged. It's like when the news does those.
Some are saying.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's like when the news reports something as a rumor and then goes, some are saying, and then they cover it as a news story. It's like, no, you said that. Like, just have the balls to just say, no, it's not like publicly alleged. I'm alleging it. So Mersh is like, oh, you're going to suck off this guy for money and clout. I've never gotten either. Well, no, I got paid for the Compound Media shows, but it wasn't a lot of money. I didn't do it because the money was great.
And we didn't get a whole bunch of clout either.
No, we didn't get a whole bunch of clout. I was a big Opie and Anthony fan. Anthony's a huge influence on my broadcasting career. And
Anthony thought April was very cute.
He also thought April was very cute and barely remembered my name. And he's always treated me well. I'm not going to sit there and see, like, clout. To me, clout chasing would be like, I'm going to jump on this Anthony's a pedophile thing and I'm going to trash the shit out of the guy. And that'll make me look contrarian as fuck and I'll look hard. And it's like, no, I'm going to be honest. The guy's always been nice to me. The guy's always been cool to me. And the guy has never, as you know, I mean, as far as we can know about anybody, the guy's never broken any laws with women sexually. Has he dated super young chicks? Yeah. Uncomfortably young? Yeah, that was a running gag on the Opie and Anthony show for years. So Mersh has just been on this kick for a long time. And also Mersh drinks a lot. And I think Mersh gets on Nightwave and he starts pounding booze. And we all know this, when we start pounding booze, sometimes we sound retarded. And Mersh gets over his skis. And you're going to see that here. Mersh is going to say some retarded shit because he's probably, as they say, in the cups a little bit.
Very, very storied, established, and bookmarked and archived history of creeping around children. Chrissy has addressed it.
He doesn't.
He doesn't have that. He has a storied history of dating very, very young ladies that could be a little questionable. But if they are legally of age, then that's not.
That is
not an actual crime.
That is. You talk about someone making misleading statements to try and make themselves look morally righteous. Creeping around children. First of all, the self-cutting girl thing was some fat dude. If anything, that's an embarrassing catfishing story.
Okay. I don't know all the history of this, so is there some other story that I'm missing?
Well, it's so strange to me that Mersh will call other people out for moral gay F-wording, as they call it. But then when it comes to this Anthony thing and he can score a few points on it, he's like, I'm going to beat this drum. It's like, no offense to Mersh, but it's kind of like me talking about this Nick thing. It's like people look at it and go, dude, we fucking got it. We know how you feel. You know? We understand your fucking position on this. Like, he brings it up every so often to use as a cudgel against people he doesn't like. And it's like, all right, we get it. You're the contrarian guy. Look at independent Mersh, just fucking, he's a rebel, he's a renegade. It's and now remember, morally, oh my goodness, Anthony is such a terrible guy morally. He's a bad person who does things that I find sexually inappropriate. No, I've got the vapors thinking about it. Now let's see how Mersh responds to Chrissy.
Creeping around children. Chrissy has addressed it directly, and she said, and she's also defended him following a 13-year-old on Instagram. Chrissy's a fucking disgusting person, Virgie said. Good. You know what? I'll put it on record. Hey, Chrissy, I hope your kid gets molested.
Oh, Mersh is such
What the fuck?
Mersh is
How does two wrongs equal a right?
This is, here. Mersh is allegedly suffering from brain damage from years of alcohol abuse. Is that how we do the alleged thing? Can we
I think so.
Let's do the Mersh rule. Allegedly, Mersh is suffering from brain damage and psychosis due to years of alcohol abuse. Like, it's amazing to me. And like, when I walk around in my real life, I sit around and I go, I need to be more self-aware. But like, when I go on the internet and I talk about my foibles and my sins in my past, I'm like, okay, I'm holding myself accountable. I'm being self-aware, but maybe I can be more self-aware. Then I watch this clip and I go, holy shit, am I lapping these motherfuckers on self-awareness? And that's more of a testament against them than it is for me. Because for Mersh to go, that's morally reprehensible what Anthony's doing, and Anthony followed a 13-year-old on Instagram, and it's morally reprehensible. Okay, that's fine to say. But you lose your footing on the high ground the minute you go, I hope this person's innocent baby gets molested.
Yeah, that person has nothing to do with it. I wouldn't want to be someone who's wishing ill on a completely unrelated, innocent, just born person.
Yes.
Who has literally nothing to do with this. Anthony's been scratching his wild itches before this child was even conceived. Why are we bringing it into it?
You're criticizing Anthony for following a 13-year-old girl on Instagram. Okay, fair. You are actively wishing a destructive thing be visited upon a baby. A baby, less than 1 year old, a literal baby. You're wishing the worst thing possible to have happen to it. And why? Because you and the baby's mother disagree on whether it was bad for somebody else to follow somebody on Instagram. Again, I can only chalk this up to two things: clinical mental retardation or brain damage from alcohol abuse or gross disingenuousness. One of the three.
I don't believe he's completely genuine about it. I have to see the whole thing. That's the thing with these clips where you get this, like, that's a horrible thing for him to say, but how he ramped up to it is an easier way to tell of whether or not this is just like him spitting off the hip, or if he really means it. Like,
that's fair. So what you're saying is, it's not the fact that he said he wants Chrissy's baby to be molested. It's how did he mean it?
It's how did he mean it? Did he mean it like, I hope her baby gets molested? I hope her baby gets molested. Which one is it? Is it all in fun?
Yeah.
You know, because that's fun.
Were you joking? Were you giggling when you said it?
I hope Anthony Cumia molests your child. Gotta learn somehow. You know what I mean?
This is just a really dipshit redneck take on something. Like, have you ever been, we live in central Minnesota. There's rednecks here. And have you ever heard one of them open their mouth and say some wild, stupid, out of nowhere shit, and they think they're being like the tough guy or speaking truth or whatever, and you're just like, dude, that was just kind of out of left field and dumb, what you just said. That was just kind of a fucked up, goofy thing. That's what Mersh just did here. It's like, oh, I gotta learn somehow. Okay, you have to learn. And by the way, what's the lesson Mersh is trying to teach her? That Mersh is right. So you got to learn that I'm right. So therefore, your child has to be. Again, I hope he was drunk when he did this. I hope he was hammered. Because you cannot lack self-awareness to the point where you go, I'm being morally righteous in denouncing this Anthony Cumia, and I hope this baby gets molested. You don't see how that takes your feet and slips it right off of that high ground and puts you right back down in the mud. Like, you're a piece of shit now, too. I mean, you have been.
As we just said, like, Anthony's current lady isn't, like, again, this was a trend and people made their jokes or whatever, but even as a phase, it seems like it's kind of moved on. If he's not even still dating, like, like young women where it's like, all right, that seems a little weird, then what do you even have? You just have you going, oh, well, I think he's a pedo and I've accused him of this.
Yeah.
And then as soon as someone else defends, like, well, then I hope your baby gets molested by him so you learn.
I don't even have to say Mersh allegedly wants a baby to be molested.
Nope. He has said it himself.
Can confirm Mersh would like to see a baby molested, which is fucking weird.
I could say this, and in 10 years, something could happen with Anthony Cumia and your kid. And people will screenshot this clip and they'll go, Jesus fucking Christ, Mersh is horrible. He wished it into the planet. He manifested.
In 10 years, Anthony will be in his mid-70s. I mean, who is he? Albert Fish? He's not going to be.
So you're saying a man in his mid-70s is going to go after the, at that time, 11-year-old? Oh, and isn't, and quick apology here, I might be wrong. Isn't Christy's child a boy?
Christy's child is, yes. The bean.
So now Anthony Cumia is not only going to go after an 11-year-old baby, but he's also going to switch to the male gender, which he's never expressed any interest in as far as I know.
Anthony's going to be a fucking homo.
He's going to be a chum.
Not only are you going to molest a kid, but you're going to be gay about it? What the fuck?
The fuck, dude? I can't believe Mersh has had this information this whole time and not shared it with us. Right. We didn't know what we were dealing with. He's right. Thank God the prophet's here.
Right.
Invested it. Chrissy Mayer, another one. A bitch that, by the way, a bitch that calls me a 4.
I mean, how do you have that narrow of shoulders and you're fat? Like, that's an accomplishment in fairness. And
I'm seeing you in that Under Armour shirt, and I'm feeling even more like a bitch for letting you make me cry, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Can you believe she called me a 4? No, yeah. I can't believe she called you a 4. You're a 2.5 to a 3, to be quite honest with you. I mean, 4. You're making us 5s and 6s feel really good about ourselves. It's like, it's just, can you believe Chrissy called me a 4? Like, the things that are actually bothering Mersh are starting to come out slowly. This is why I think maybe this is a drinking thing.
And who cares if Chrissy called you a 4? I don't know if you know this or not. If Chrissy wasn't with her husband, I'm pretty sure you still don't line up. I'm sure there's still other people before you. Like,
she'd be way
like
more.
I don't have a shot with Chrissy. She could call me a 2, and I'd be like, all right, wasn't going to work on that anyway.
She'd be way more of a Royce guy.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, married a guy that lives in his fucking mom's basement, can't do a show unless he runs it for her, and now has a child and wants that child to be around Anthony Cumia. Call me a 4 all you want, Chrissy. You ain't the type of bitch I'd want in my life anyway.
Oh, well, Chrissy, guess what? Mersh is a backup.
Turned down by Mersh.
Mersh is a backup plan has officially shit itself. Sorry. I know if it didn't work out with Frank, that was the first phone call you were going to make. But Mersh has taken himself off the table. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Sheely is not sexually interested in Chrissy Mayer.
Oh, no.
Well, I hope you're proud of yourself.
How is dude, has she heard this yet? Have we checked on Chrissy? Like, I don't
probably check.
I'm not one of those, like, super simpy people, but let's make sure she doesn't hurt herself. Please.
She was
She's
up
a lovely
really
lady.
late doing Simpcast. Otherwise, I'd give her a call right now if I wasn't. Well, she's got a young baby, though.
Yeah, so she never sleeps.
Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, if you call right now, I mean, what's the worst? You wake up the baby and everybody in the house? I mean, who cares?
We'll see.
It's 8:43 on the coast. That's plenty of time.
Yeah, I'm not. I'll call her later. We'll call her later.
If I'm going to knock a hoe up, I wanted to at least go, whoa, I read that Anthony Cumia article. Don't ever let that fucking vampire around my children.
I thought we were saying allegedly. No.
I read an article, so that means all of this is absolutely true.
No. It's worse than that. He wrote the article.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the article he's referencing, he wrote it.
I read that article you wrote. Yeah, don't let that guy around. Yeah, of course you don't think anyone should. You wrote the article.
Yeah. It's a good way to keep yourself in business, though. Write your own articles and then comment on them. It's kind of brilliant if you think about it. Let's go to some of the super chats. Then we got another Mersh clip here. He's this one he shits on me. He shits on Alex Stein, I think, and Gino Bisconti. So he goes after everybody. Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans with $7 total. Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans, as long as the women are of age, usually 18, it's not a crime, just unseemly. Yeah,
yeah.
If
it's
the person's not
weird and a little creepy.
Yeah, if the person's not breaking the law, you just go, well, that's weird. That's a little young. And Anthony was always very honest about that on the O&A show. He would always go, yeah, he talked about how one time his girlfriend had to be admitted into pediatrics because she was 17. Which is legal in that state, but everyone was also on the show. They were horrified. They're like, Jesus, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? And he would laugh.
Yeah, that is I wouldn't, if it's under 20, I ain't even going to entertain the thought. If I find out you're not even 20, I'm like, okay, so we'll never, ever, ever. No.
I will say this, with my experience, from a maturity standpoint, I think they got to be at least 30 for me. I realized when I started...
Name one that didn't work out.
I started dating someone who was 25 when I started dating them. And especially women, a lot of growing up to do from 25 to 30. I mean, shit, this one's almost... The last one's almost 30, and they got into fucking coke, for God's sake. I mean, goddamn. Mr. Me with $5 says, I would love to see Mersh, I think he means Mersh, do a live show at a bar sometime. I guarantee he doesn't talk like this in public.
Well, anybody who talked like this in public wouldn't do a good live show. This would suck as a live show.
Yeah,
if you're doing a live show, you got to be entertaining people and doing comedy stuff. Otherwise, it's just boring.
Los Federales with $2 says, let's ask Jen Pop and the G Ward what they think. 255 away from today. If you'd like to contribute, all of the links are in the chat. Thank you very much. We got another Mersh clip here. This one, he can you believe it? He shits on your boy.
Oh no.
I know, it hurt my feelings. I was upset.
How dare he shit on Alex?
Well, well, you see, I meant me.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're a friend. Right.
Adam, thank you very much for the $5 over on PayPal. Very nice of you, sir. And even $250 away from today. Thank you, guys. Very, very much. All right, let's check this out. This is Mersh. Now, I think he was still on the anti-Anthony Cumia kick, and he even calls me the gay F word in this one. Look at his cutie boy shoulders. Look at the little Mersh shoulders that go down to a distended, starving African kid belly and boobies. Look at the little narrow-shouldered boy just drinking his whiskey. And you know what's really unfortunate about Mersh is we were never friends, but like we would always just kind of playfully jab at each other. It was fun. Right. I had Jesse from Pod Awful on the show, and that upset Mersh. He was mad that I had Jesse on. I don't have a problem with Jesse. I don't have a problem with Mersh. I'm not a queeb who takes other people's beefs and makes them my own. I judge.
Yeah, I make my own beef, goddammit.
Yeah, exactly. I create my own beefs like a man. But like, he was upset that I had Jesse on. And let's be very honest. I would be a fucking hack if I just shit-talked Jesse and said he was a bad guy. He's been nothing but cool to us. Jesse's been very nice and polite and whatever to the show. He and I have done some very interesting shows together. He sent coleslaw to my house. I mean, what am I going to do? Look a gift horse in the mouth? The motherfucker sent me coleslaw from my favorite.
And you love fucking coleslaw.
I love coleslaw, and he sent it from my favorite grocery store. You understand, Jesse P.S. had to get to know me a little bit to know what kind of coleslaw to send me. Lunds and Byerly's. I mean, if that's not romance, what does a girl want? You know?
I'm thinking about hanging out with him regularly.
Yeah, I might invite him to the anniversary show. So, Mersh has...
We're going to swap girlfriends.
Let me just get on a sure footing, you know?
All right.
Let me
so is the new one going to be like 24 now, or...
No, we're going to go with... We're going to go with... We're going to look for,
used car lots, 30 and over with some mileage. Got ya.
Very attractive, but also stable. That's the direction we're in right now. All right, let's go ahead and check out Mersh and see what old Mersh had to say about you, boy.
Still care about kids, Aaron, or are you a disingenuous faggot?
I mean, a little bit of both, if we're being honest. I mean, disingenuous faggot. I mean, I've definitely... Like, I love my children, absolutely.
Some people have complained about that community caring about kids.
Yes.
So, I mean,
Mersh, I'm afraid to admit that I care about children because I'm worried you're going to call me a pedophile. I mean, you seem very hot and cold.
I might write an article.
Yeah, you seem very hot and cold on this issue. I don't know which side of the road to stand on. So I'm a disingenuous gay. Oh, no, he gave me an option. Do I still care about kids? Or am I a disingenuous gay F word? I would say I still care about kids, but carry on.
Who hangs around and is a pedo apologizer.
Wait, what? I'm a pedo apologizer, says the sweeper. All right, I'm a pedo apologizer. Why? Because what? Because Anthony Cumia? All right. I mean,
You realize other than like a video chat, you really never actually like met Anthony. You haven't spent time around him. I don't know how.
But also, in order for me to be a pedo apologizer, he needs to be a pedophile. He's not a pedophile. That's
if
fucking
you refer
actionable.
to that one article that that Mersh wrote.
He is too a pedo. I called him one in an article I wrote. See? Oh, well, see, I didn't know that's how that worked. Sorry. Nick must have been the one to give you legal advice on that take.
Is a pedo apologizer.
What?
Which one is it? You gonna make some SpaghettiOs for self-cutting girl, you fucking faggot? You 0-2 boxing faggot?
Hey, Mersh, if I were you, don't bring up don't, in a conversation about you and I, let's not talk boxing. Little man. Please. I mean... One hand, for me, you can swing away. One hand, body shots only. I mean, Jesus, just you trying to walk me down or catch me, you would gas out before a round is over. So please, Mersh, let's not talk about boxing. Don't,
Aaron, what is it about you that that chubby people feel very, very confident in calling you out on boxing?
No, they're very confident until I go, would you like to do that? I mean, if I'm such a gay F word, if I'm so fucking terrible at it, would you like to do it? I would love to.
I'm such a gay F word. I titter when you hit me.
Yeah, if I'm such a gay F word, Mersh. No offense, buddy. This isn't me being a tough guy. This is just me looking at your physique. I'd fucking destroy you.
He's coming in. He's going to wear 12-ounce gloves and a baldo. It's on.
I take no, tough guyness. I take no pleasure or I feel no pride in saying that. I'm matter of fact, I'd fuck you up. So, please, of all the things you can bring up, SpaghettiOs, good joke. Disingenuous gay F word, good shot. Still care about kids? Good shot. The boxing thing? Nah. Walk away from that one, sweetheart.
How about you, Gino? You're up. You know what? You're not off the hook anymore either, Gino.
Oh, somebody called Gino. He's not off the hook with Mersh. Oh, shit. You talk
and his
about
star was rising, and now he's got this. Oh, poor Gino. It's all over.
You do not have the stamp of approval on of Mersh. Gino is fucked. I bet you Gino's going to be so mad when he wakes up this morning and finds out that he and Mersh aren't boys. Ooh. That's almost, he's going to feel as bad as I feel threatened that Mersh brought up boxing. Mersh, stop. You ran from a fight with Baked Alaska. Let's not pull any tough guy cards, microphone man. With your little hunchy shoulders, your giant tits, and your big belly. Let's not stop. Didn't he 3-4 years ago say he was going to get ripped?
I have no idea. I haven't been memorizing what he says over time. I usually just would watch the show when I had time and it was on.
Yeah.
So
yeah, by August,
every guy's like, I'm going to get ripped. Yeah, good luck with that.
By August,
Most
I'm going to
don't.
get ripped. He must have meant drugs. Then it
well,
makes sense.
Royce certainly got ripped.
Dude,
that dude is jacked.
I ain't fucking with Royce. Royce is a monster. Royce is like George Foreman deadlifting cows. I mean, he's just fucking gigantic. Mersh, on the other hand, is a bitch. Baked Alaska, who you talk about another guy who is not an intimidating specimen physically. Baked Alaska pulled up on him and was like, "What's up?" And Mersh is like, "Oh, you really want me to fight you here? I'm walking away." And he waddled away. Oh, so bad. Mersh is also a guy, the tough guy act also doesn't work with Mersh because he, contacted his local police department because Porcelain made mean videos about him and Jesse P.S. was sending food to his house. And he, ratted to the cops and informed on Porcelain, Jesse P.S., and I think one other person. I could be wrong. But I don't really know if you can be Mr. Tough Guy. Ugh. God damn, is this embarrassing. But hey, again, remember, Gino doesn't get a pass either. Look at guys, Mersh is handing out passes. You know?
And Gino doesn't get one.
And Gino doesn't get one.
I want to know, where do you stand? Because you can make your goofy jokes about it, or all of you need to actually come to terms with the fact that you literally hang around a guy who has for years dropped. He has dropped more hints than the goddamn Zodiac Killer.
Oh, so he's like the Zodiac Killer. And again, I'm sorry for hanging out with Matt, but I like him and he seems like
he's a good dude. God damn it,
fucking Mersh, man. What a weirdo. Jesus. 383 Novocaine with $2. Says, Aaron, how much to lick the fly swatter with it on? That thing does not give off a charge. It's not.
Well, yeah, plus how old are the batteries in it? I got that for you a year ago or two.
I mean, I barely used it.
Yeah, but it's been sitting in this whole time. Put some fresh batteries in it and see what happens.
Deranged Lunatic with 199 says, yes, Chrissy needs to hear what this fool said. Yeah. I mean, I don't think Chrissy and Gino are going to lose sleep over Mersh not giving them the pass anymore. And yeah, Mersh, sorry, buddy, but as far as the boxing thing goes, whenever you'd like. And I understand that that's never, but whenever you'd like. I'll clown you with one hand, buddy. What do you say? Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans with $5 says, my attraction to women is based on if they are bright, witty, and perceptive. It explains my poetry question. Missy was the only one to take it serious. Well, that's because the rest of us are too retarded to, like, name our favorite poets.
Yeah, I don't have a favorite poet. I'm sorry.
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite poet?
Eric Church. I found another Eric Church song that I really like, by the way.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's a weird thing. I've never heard of you liking an Eric Church song. I have a better question. Have you found one you don't like? That would be a bigger surprise.
I've found ones that I still skip. You know, I always say there's not an Eric Church song you don't like. There's just an Eric Church song you haven't learned to love yet.
All this work about proving you weren't a Mo. There you go.
Hops down the fucking drain. Well, there you go, guys. That's Mersh's latest gripe. What grinds his gears. I just feel bad that Gino lost his Mersh pass. I hope I didn't do anything to cause it. That'd be really.
It was all your fault. If you hadn't been bringing this up, it would have never happened. Like the police charges and everything that's going to happen to Gino all comes back to you.
All because of me. Well, look, I hope, in another 6 months when Mersh is lacking for content and he needs something else so he can get his fucking rage boner going, I'm sure we'll hear about the Cumia thing again and we'll all be disingenuous gay F words and all that other stuff. So,
all right.
If he's not making cripples cry, he's taking away people's cool with Mersh passes. What a mean-spirited gentleman.
That's just strange.
245 is today's number, boys and girls. If you'd like to help out, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, go ahead and chip in, and we'll call this thing a victory today. We really appreciate it. Thank you for your generosity. All the links are in the chat. Go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks and keep this thing running smooth. We're going to get to Gino yelling at April in a little bit, but we got a couple. Again, we've kind of been doing gossip, couple news stories, gossip, couple news stories. Kind of a nice little way
back and forth
to get into things today. But this next story from Canada is both hilarious and I think a really good indicator that we're fucked. And like I've said before, I'm just trying to die before it all falls apart. And I would really like it if my kids could get old and die before it all falls apart. But I'm not banking on that one. I mean, like I said, I would really like to see just everybody I know right now be able to live a full life and die before all of society collapses in on itself.
Yeah, but then you're going to have grandkids when you're older, and you're going to be like, oh, shit, them. Now you're going to feel bad there.
Yeah, and that's a real long shot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like them making it out. Well, while this story is, to me, I read it and I kind of laughed, but while looking down and shaking my head. According to the Canadian Cancer Society, anyone can get cervical cancer, including men. Right? Trans women can get cervical cancer. You know, cancer in their cervix. Which is, like, body parts exist. So,
yeah, they have names.
If you don't have a cervix, you can't get cervical cancer. That's not a bigotry. That's just something we used to just call a fact. Like, you weren't even necessarily a reasonable person if you said that. We just knew you weren't insane. If you said, hey, people without a cervix can't get cervical cancer. We didn't go.
Just kind of makes sense.
Yeah, we weren't like, wow, this person knows medicine. This person's got it. Instead, we went, oh, well, yeah, of course. But you actually, you're suspect now just because you felt like you had to say that. Now saying that makes you a bigot. So, first of all, men, even when they transition to become women, they don't have a cervix. What they have is a wound that's been created that they have to continuously over time continue to dilate because the body will try to heal your trans woman vagina as though it were
because it's a wound.
Right. So I don't think you can fully call it a cervix. Well, or I'm a bigot. On a webpage dedicated to cervical cancer, the Cancer Society in Canada had to apologize for calling the cervix by its technical name instead of using the term, and I'm not kidding, to replace cervix to be politically correct. They've changed it to, this is such a 6-year-old thing to call it. You know what? I'm going to let you guess. And I'm going to let everyone else guess. I'm going into the chat. I'm going away from the fan funding tab. I'm going right to the chat on this one.
Let's see.
What will they call the cervix so that it feels inclusive?
Fuck. Baby portal?
Boom boom, baby maker. Oh, wow. 2 people got it. 2 people actually nailed it. So they either saw this story or you guys are fucking good. They want them to use the term front hole.
Someone said a Stargate. I love you, Medjo, for that reference.
Front hole.
Front hole. Congratulations, ladies. You now have a front hole.
Yeah, congratulations. Like, that's the other thing. Like, first of all, it's disingenuous to say it about men. So, like, trans women are like, yay, they said front hole. That's my cervix. That's shitty to begin with. But then, like, women who had this body part called a cervix, and, you know, that it was a technical term and it was a medical term, are now just front holes. It's amazing how feminism has collapsed in on itself to, like, devalue women by embracing transgenderism. Like, you used to have a cervix, you now have a front hole. You used to be a mother, now you're a birthing person. It's like, it's hard to feel bad for women, too, because a lot of them kind of let the fox in the hen house, you know?
And a bunch of them still defend it.
Yeah. With their whole front hole. Just leaning in. They stated that men can have these body parts, too, that words matter, and some people may be offended by the term cervix. Well, I mean, if you're offended by the term cervix, maybe you should take the sand out of your front part. This entire page on the Canadian Cancer Society's official website is dedicated explicitly to cervical cancer screening. So not like front hole, not like anything, literally cancer in your cervix.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. But that was even, dude, this is what I mean. Like, you keep giving ground to the LGBTQ community. They're never going to be satiated. It's never going to be, oh, hey, just this one, and then we're done. It's never going to happen. You're going to have...
No, dude, I think front hole is the end. If we give them front hole, it'll be done.
Right.
Front hole is the last line.
How many times have we done this only to find out that, like, look, man, this is going to get worse. Like, there's going to be more of this in the... They're going to come up, and not only is it going to get worse, it's going to sound dumber. Like, the next one is going to be even more stupid.
Why couldn't we just call it, you know, a cum dumpster, a sperm repository? There's so many terms. We didn't have to go with front hole.
One person wrote, a transgender male teen may still have a vagina. He won't call it a vagina. He may use the term front hole or a different term. But even if he's not comfortable with referring to the body part in what is considered a feminine way, he may still be using that body part for sex. Nobody should be thinking about people's parts this much.
If you're, this is what I said on Friday with this stuff. I've got a firm rule with trans people now. If you identify as a dude, you need to have a dick. If you identify as a lady, you cannot have a dick. That's the simple rule. The simple rule. Like, I identify as a woman. Do you have a penis? Sorry.
But
You've been rejected.
But even then, like, you're kind of, that's a lax ruling. Right? Like, you're still leaving a lot of room.
Yeah.
You're not
but
being
if that's
unfair.
not enough for him, too fucking bad.
Yeah. I mean, you're not being unfair, as it were. Well, look, I just
take the Trump route. Cocked or decocked.
Yeah. I just need everyone to just, you know, clean out their front hole and not get so excited about this. So now are we going to have to call it, is it front hole cancer?
I have front hole cancer.
What I do like about shit like this is it's a lot easier to offend people now. So, like, if you really want to upset people, like, it's become a lot easier because there's so many more, like, banned words or don't say this words or whatever. It's nice for that.
How soft do you have to be, though, that you lose it when someone doesn't call your genitalia a front hole? Like, I mean,
you're as soft as the skin on your front hole, apparently.
Oh, I totally killed my lady boner when you didn't call it a front hole. Just,
all right, boys and girls, let's get to moving on this goal today. 245 is the number for overtime. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships, gifted memberships. Thank you to the 1,000 or so people checking out the show right now. We appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe. Throw a couple bucks in if you can, and we'll get that number down and call it a W for today. Another win for the toe, as they say. The children. Dark side to wellness. Leftist columnist claims that getting healthy and getting fit can turn people into a right-wing jerk. That's according to Zoe Williams of The Guardian. So if you want to become a Nazi, just start doing squats.
I mean, I will agree. When you look at like woke liberals, you do see a lot of fat people. But I've seen fat conservatives too. I mean, Trump supporters aren't exactly, always ripped.
Right, we call them like Chris Christie Republicans. They're just big,
dude,
fat.
Chris Christie's a Republican.
Yeah, they're just like big, fat William Taft-looking motherfuckers.
This just feels like someone who's got like a fucking accept me for my fatness grudge and also a political bias. They're like, you know what? If you're skinny, you're part of the problem and you're a Republican.
She states in her column, this Zoe Williams, getting fit makes you more right-wing.
I need to see a picture of Zoe Williams at some point.
You embark on this voyage of self-improvement and more or less immediately see results. You feel stronger and more energetic. Yes, so far this doesn't feel terrible. Probably your mood lifts, and pretty soon you think you are the master of your own destiny. There you are, high on self-righteousness. Oh, she's definitely a pig.
Oh, yeah.
If she's hot, it's going to be so disappointing.
I'm going to be very upset because I'm assuming someone who you're high on self-righteousness. You mean you took a lot of time and effort to improve yourself and it worked? Like, never take pride in anything you do.
I was just going to say, oh, you're really proud of the fact that you lost a shitload of weight and worked really hard to do it? Wow, what a pig you are. Fucking
yeah, I mean, it's so easy that everyone can do it. Look at all the fat people who are just... Oh,
it's not really the own that you think it is, because what you're saying is when people start taking responsibility for themselves and feeling proud of their accomplishments, that's a Republican thing. It's like
when they wallow in their own failure and just watch their lives slowly deteriorate around them, that's a Democratic thing.
Let's look up Zoe Williams from The Guardian. She's a skinny broad, it looks like.
Oh, shit.
Hold on.
I'm going to seem like a dick.
Zoe Williams, columnist and journalist. Yeah, I have the right Zoe Williams. Is that...
I mean, it's not bad.
Right. What's wrong with her? Why isn't she a Republican? Oh, former... No, that's not her. Sorry, this is her. Zoe Williams, journalist. There she is. But still, that's
okay.
It's a skinny broad. I mean, she's hideous, but...
Yeah, well...
But she's skinny.
Yeah, just because she can fit in your fucking overhead storage compartment doesn't mean you want to get with it. You know what I mean? Like,
no,
she still has Gollum's face.
She's remarkably ghoulish, but like at the same time, I don't. I don't know where she gets off fat guarding like this. She's just like, oh, if you stay fat, you'll be a nice Democrat, but if you get in shape. That's kind of, I feel like liberals have kind of gone that way with anything that's kind of Joe Rogan related. Like Joe Rogan is
because he's in shape, so now and he did the whole COVID thing with the horse pace, so now it's all
right.
It's all if you're in shape, you're a freaking right winger.
Joe Rogan has made kettlebells racist.
Oh,
essentially.
No.
$5 from BJ says name for the steel toe host when he acts like a bitch, Aaron Frontholt. Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans with $10 says was in good shape in the army, got fat in Iraq eating MREs. There's a shitload of calories in those, by the way. Came back and got back in shape. Then depression hit around 50. I was a medic in the 3ID Infantry Division, 3rd Infantry Division. Got the CMB, I drink too much and am fat. Well, I mean, that's accountability, right? But then if you lose a bunch of weight and you start feeling good, that's something to be proud of. That's not like you're a piece of shit, like now you hate black people.
In 2016, I was cut, I was looking good, voted for Trump. 2020, couldn't see my dick, barely knew I had feet, voted for Biden.
Right, that's not the compliment that this Zoe Williams thinks it is. Oh, when I feel shitty about myself and am wallowing in fatness like fucking Precious, I vote Democrat. When I'm all cut up and looking good, I tend to go Republican. Well, by the way, all of those super chats bring us to 2:30.
Thank you.
Away from today's goal. Must be time to go to the dentist. Ha ha ha. See, you should contribute to the show so we can get off that number and you can punish me with money for such a fucking terrible joke. So yes, 2:30 is the number for today. If you'd like to contribute, all the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links are in the chat. Super chats, memberships, gifted memberships. We got about an hour and 45 minutes to knock out that 2:30, so it's very doable. Thank you for all the time. So, Gino Bisconte, our buddy Gino.
Yeah.
He, oh, wow, that's a good one. Oh, that's a good Monday one.
So Gino flipped out, or not flipped out, but had some words about April, is what you're saying.
Yeah, had some words about April. It's all getting so fucking weird now, because I feel like, now that we're divorced, and this may sound odd, and since we've both, I was going to say since we've both moved on, but April really hasn't. She's kind of with the same crew as I was before. But now that we're divorced and I've moved on, and her last name has changed, I don't know if this sounds sick or not. I view her more through the lens of a news story because I don't know her anymore. Like, I barely knew her when we split. She was just a different person. Like I said, she's pretty much become Little Nick. Like, that's just, April has always been, and my ex-wife was telling me this. She goes, April really tries to be who she thinks the people she's closest in proximity to want her to be. Like her and I, Vikings games, Las Vegas, all this stuff that I'm into. Mm-hmm. Like, she was like, yeah, that's my thing. Like bourbon. I introduced her to like different bourbons and she's like, oh yeah, I really like bourbons and this and that. It's like, okay, that's fun. You're my, we go to Vikings games together. We go on vacation. We're trying to raise a family together. We're buddies and partners and we fuck a lot and all this stuff. Okay. All right, cool. But then I watched her get closer to someone else and I watched her change again and I went, oh, weird. This is like kind of what she did with me. They call it mirroring.
Okay.
And she's a big mirrorer. And she's never going to get better if she
that explains the whole problem. You can't have a giant mirror and not use it to just a few lines,
Oh, that's different kind of mirror, but
oh shit, sorry.
So like now when you're around a narcissistic addict all the time and you start doing the things that make them happy, well, having someone to do drugs with and binge drink with is what makes them happy. And also there's a weird daddy issue in there. I mean, I'm 8 years older. Nick's like 15 years older than she is. And it's just, there's like a daddy thing there. So she's got to, like, if she's ever going to live a real life, she's got to get the fuck out of there. But she doesn't want to, and you can't make her. So at some point, you just got to cover it like a news story and go, well, best of luck. Gino and Keanu still want to be friends with April, but it doesn't seem like April really gives a shit if they're friends anymore.
Okay.
Because I think Nick has kind of told her, like, oh, these people, it's either they're on Aaron's side or they're on your side, where I've never asked anyone to do that. If anything, I've said, I hope April gets away from that. I hope she gets healthy, whatever, rebuilds her life.
Keanu in particular became friends with April just in and of itself. It had nothing to do with you and Gino being friends. Like that's just a friend thing there. So
I kept in touch with Gino and Keanu, and she didn't. And I'm sure that in the mind state that she's in, and with Nick in her ear, I'm sure she probably thinks, oh, well, they chose Aaron over me. Well, no, they didn't. I just talked to my friends. Your friends do appreciate it when you have problems and you go to them for counsel, for advice, and go, it's kind of that old saying, I've fucked my life up. My best thinking got me here. Do you have anything for me? Do you have any ideas? And they're more than happy to share them with you. It just sucks when someone's fucked up their life flatter than hammered shit.
Yeah, I was thinking of the same quote.
And they think they're doing great. And they don't need anybody's advice, except the person chopping up the cocaine. That's not usually the person you want to get the advice from, is the person chopping up the person going, oh, no, this shit isn't even bad for you. No, it's totally fine. Actually, it can help your brain handle stress better. Yeah, Skeletor, you really seem like you're handling stress well.
Oh, man. I would love to be like, no, dude, it'll help your MS, your body.
You would. If you would have hung out with Nick, he probably would have pulled up some bullshit website that said, oh, there's a study out there that thinks MS can be helped by cocaine. So I would argue, and again, not my problem anymore, but I would argue that shacking up with the accused felon who, in my opinion, has substance abuse issues and is married with 5 children that he can't legally see right now, I would say that that's probably a bad character judgment. But again, I'm just the guy who still gets to be around his kids and has his life back. It was funny that Nick told Keanu, Aaron got cucked out of his life. Hey, Nick, you can't see your children. You can't show your face in public without people pointing and going, oh, that fucking weirdo. And I'm hanging around my kids all the fucking time. I have my house back, my life back, and I'm moving forward again. Who cucked who out of what?
Well, he does have an extra front hole now. So, I mean, wins and losses.
I mean, he had to get it loaded up with drugs first. I mean, no offense. Nick, I don't mean to brag at you, buddy, but I got the showroom model. You got the one that kind of got ran through a little bit. No, and you're the one who ran it through. I mean, you're the one who put all the chemicals and the bullshit in their body, and then that is a good way to get them if you can't be naturally charming and you're kind of a narcissist and a crazy person. I mean, if you can get them hooked on the same shit you're hooked on. I mean,
yeah.
It is kind of a very Lester Diamond Ginger relationship in Casino. Oh, my God, and Nick is about as frail and as skinny as James Woods was in that movie. Oh, shit, does that mean I'm going to get in a car and it's going to start on fire?
That's entirely possible.
Uh-oh. That's no good. Well, anyway.
But that might be just because you fall asleep while you're driving.
That's true. Gino had some thoughts on the matter.
All right, what's Gino's thoughts?
Well, Gino gets fiery. And one thing I agree with Gino on is he says, you see it in the caption here of by the way, my lost interest on YouTube. Follow him. He says, April, get away from all 3. Accurate. Fair. April and I are fucking poison for each other at this point. I mean, look at the choices we made when we were together. Fucking deviant, awful, degenerate choices. Not good. Shouldn't be together. Once our relationship had to get to a certain depth, both of us were incapable of doing it. We really, once you figured out where your differences were and you each didn't really want to help the other one. Yeah. So get away from all 3 is great advice because first of all, let's just talk about what a bad look it is to shack up with a married man while his wife is in the house, allegedly. And how it kind of, like, you just look like you're the person who's charged with a felony and has a drug problem. You're their side piece. Like, that's your identity now. You don't want that for your identity. And I kind of think you're better than that, but
I don't know, man.
You are your choices,
She has an opportunity. Like I said, when this all went down, if you don't realize how this is going in a bad way, I don't know, what else do you need to do? Like, you got arrested, but you got away with all of it in the sense that there weren't really any charges pressed. You got the closest thing to a get out of jail free card that you can have. Like, this is your moment, because you don't get a reprieve on the second time. The second time around, people will be less understanding about, well, you're going through this.
If this guy shoves coke up your nose and then convinces you you're not hooked and then gets you arrested and gets his own kids taken away, which was supposed to be your career, was being a live-in nanny, and then those kids get taken away. Like, this person has literally taken everything from you. Has cost this person... This person has cost you everything. And if you come out of that thinking it's my fault or my show's fault, then I'm sorry, you are the result of your choices. It's hard for me to now say she's better than that or she's better than this. If someone takes everything from you, like this person has, and you still think they're the greatest person on earth, then I'm sorry, your moral, let's use the line, your moral compass is so fucked, it'd be a surprise if you get to the parking lot.
So let me get this straight. I don't mean to get caught up on this one point, but you mean once again, she's being paid to do a job she's not doing. For how long?
That was Johnny who said that. By the way, the VIP merch orders are on their way. You're welcome.
Thanks for the raise, by the way. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome anytime. So let's go to Gino's rant here. Gino, I've noticed that like April's friends have been a lot nicer than I have. I mean, this is really the first time where I've went, well, because I got fucking shit on hard. Like, she's like, your show has made my life unlivable. It's like, motherfucker, that cocksucker, like, got you on drugs. I told you not to. I said you should probably cut this out. Back in December, I told her you should cut this out before it gets too bad. It's only a little bit. It's going to become more. It's going to become every day. Meanwhile, getting up at 4 a.m. to go do a show, and she's getting one. Well, because I got to wake up. I barely got any sleep. Okay. All right. Well, I'm chugging 2 Celsius and trying to keep it street legal, but all right. Okay, whatever. Fuck it. I know that if we have a fight about it, I'm going to be a monster at the end of it. So, like, this person, my show has made your life unlivable because I've talked about my life and what I've done and my divorce and everything else. You are with someone who's so fucking delusional that they think when it comes to he and I that he's winning. Hey, April, between Nick and I, which of us played with our kids all weekend?
I don't know that there is, like, no offense, there's no winning in this. Like,
no, we're all fucking losers. At least I'm trying to build my fucking life back up. This guy still thinks that he's a victim. He's a fucking lunatic. So I'm sorry, but to the person who, you had one person encouraging you to do drugs with them. You had another person encouraging you to stop. Another person gets to see those kids that you claimed you loved so much. I don't buy it. Is still with those kids. The other one can't take them anywhere on his own and fucked you out of a job, by the way. You're also you've caused serious problems for their marriage. And I'm the problem? Guys, you got to get some fucking help. I'm sorry. So let's see what Gino has to say.
Yeah, I want to see what Gino has to say.
Ricotta, ricotta cheese, and I got to venture to guess it's because that's what Kevin Brennan always calls the ricottas.
It is fun.
The ricottas. By the way, as long as we touch upon that, let me point something about the ricottas and the ricottas, okay? He's an idiot. Everyone involved in this, including my friend fucking Steel Toe, including my friend April, they're all fucking idiots. They're all fucking children. I love April and Aaron.
Oh, no, that's what Mersh said about Anthony.
Yeah. Whoa, easy with the slander there, Gino.
Sorry, fucking children, not fucking children. I understand. Okay, that's my fault.
Behaving like fucking children.
But, like, I get messages from people who go, Chrissy's talking shit about you or Gino's talking shit about you, blah, blah, blah. And I go look at it, and I watch them say shit about me that I would agree with. When Gino goes, Aaron, even my buddy Aaron, they're being fucking children. Yes, Of course. I did fucking degenerate shit that grown-ups don't fucking do. Yes, fair. I can't believe that any of those three would think that they were in a position to argue Gino on that point. Or, like Nick, argue Keanu on that point. Because Nick's so used to pushing around women and manipulating them, he runs into one who knows who the fuck she is in Keanu, and she tells him what time it is, and he doesn't like it, and he throws a tantrum. Now, I don't know how you could disagree with Gino on this. That's kind of been the thing that, and I know show me is an act. Like I'm putting on a persona for the show. But in my private life, I am, like we said in the meetings, going to gratitude and how great my life is. And like, without saying too much about my private affairs now, like the person I'm hanging out with now in many ways has saved my life and made it livable again. And I adore this person for that. And I couldn't have that. I couldn't be around that person if I didn't come to grips with and admit what I did and confess my sins and bare my soul.
I've known it for a while, and I'm glad you finally come to terms with your deep love for Adrian Washington. And
he fucks me good.
You too, huh?
Damn it, not again.
Mine
Shit.
was financially, though. So,
so, you know, when Gino says they're all fucking children, yes, he's absolutely right.
Everyone involved in this, including my friend fucking Steel Toe, including my friend April, they're all fucking idiots. They're all fucking children. I love April and Aaron fucking as much as I think Nick Rekieta is just a... I've had it with a guy that's sitting there. Anyone that's waiting for him to say anything is insane. And I'll tell you something else about Nick. This is what he's going to do. Don't trust anyone talking, especially Aaron, because it's going to come out. Aaron can talk because he didn't get arrested in a room full of guns, drugs, and kids.
Bingo, Gino. That's the thing that people who are sweeping for Nick don't understand. They're like, oh, you're just talking. Fuck you. I earned it. Fuck you, because out of all these four people, one right decision was made. It just so happens to be the decision I made. The right decision was going, this has cost me my marriage, even though April's like, wait, maybe we can rebuild as friends and then slowly get it back. Fuck that. That's just you trying to keep me on the hook so you can keep this charade going. Horseshit, absolutely not. And then Kayla, are you sure we can't have a relationship? This thing is fucked 6 ways this Sunday. I gotta go.
Or at least 4 ways.
Or at least 4 ways. And then Nick going, you lied to me. You led my wife on. You should K yourself. Dude, it's fucking over. And that's what the tantrums were. They knew it was fucking over.
You led my wife on. She wanted to be with you, and you turned her down. How dare you not take my wife from me?
How fucking insane is that Nick basically is throwing a tantrum that translates to, keep fucking my wife. No, I can't do this. It's cost me too much. Like I said, it's the blackjack table. It's like I've spent too much on this one. This one, the cost, you know, I've long feared that my sins would return to visit me, and the cost is more than I can bear. There was one wise decision made in this whole thing, and it was made by me. Now, does that make me wise? No, because I made 9,000 wrong decisions, and it is not canceled out by you making the one right decision, which, by the way, should have been fucking obvious to anyone with half a brain right away when it started. So nothing to be proud of on my end. But
Are we square? I plastered your wife's face so many times I can't count. Are we square?
Jesus.
I love that the ticker at the bottom of this, too, is also pumping a fundraiser for addicts and pit bulls.
Yes.
Beautiful, Gino. This is the right time to talk about all of it.
But so when all the sweepers sit there, the sweepers go, Aaron's talking so much. Suck my fucking dick. I'm the only one who fucking pulled the nose of the plane up before it crashed into the mountain. So eat my ass. I will talk a little shit.
Well, that's how this all started. Ass eating.
So
it's all harmless salad tossing until we go to that next step.
So, yeah, don't believe anything, especially if it comes from Aaron. Like, Nick could not be more of a controlling cult leader type if he tried, and he's completely self-unaware about it. The fact that you reach out to Keanu to try and, like, steer her in a certain direction, and you don't think that's being a manipulative cunt? Like, that would be like me texting, who's one of the sweepers for Nick? Like, Star Wars Girl or Robert Barnes, and one of those going, no, you know, this is really how it really happened. Blah, 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 blah. You know why I don't do that? Because that's conniving, controlling, and cunty. They're all allowed to think the way they want. If I have a problem with it, I'll say it publicly and I'll criticize them. But they can think whatever the fuck they want to. I'm not so insecure. I know what happened. He knows what happened, and that's why he's trying to call everyone who talks shit about him to try and control it.
And you're currently not on the hook for having to prove what you said happened, did or didn't happen.
Do you know why?
Because I was itself.
Hey, because I was living in a house that didn't have 26 grams of cocaine, guns. Well, it had children in it, but it didn't have any of the bad shit in it. That's why I get
it's because I finished it all before they could get there because I'm a goddamn good friend.
Hey, Nick, time to take some responsibility, buddy. You know why I get to say shit and you don't? Because I didn't have 26 grams of cocaine and guns in my house. I went to fuck home. Aaron got cooked out of his life. You cucked yourself, motherfucker. You are in deep shit. I'm not. I'm in a way better place. And I know that's why you lash out. I know that's what really bothers you. Just be honest about it, bud.
And then Rekieta's like, well, if you believe there's guns, drugs, and kids, I believe the police report when you get so out of your skis as a fucking lawyer that you're fucking so good at, like, trust me, I'll find a way to fucking set up point A and invent point B. And in between, I got till August to figure out the fucking lie. That's fine. But don't insult my intelligence. Like, I'm like, oh my God, I'm scared. I'm not scared. Why would I be scared? I'm genuinely curious how you're going to fucking do this legal gymnastics. But if you want anyone to believe that fucking you weren't in a house with guns, drugs, and kids, and the police report was a lie, God bless you.
That's a good point. It's like you have to have so little regard for the human brain to go like, oh, you're a bootlicking gay F-word. Nick, all the shit they found is shit that I've seen. In fact, they found some shit I hadn't seen. They found shit that I didn't even know about. So
and isn't there body cam footage? Like in this day and age, I'd really, really avoid sitting there saying what is and isn't true about what the cops claim happened. Because if they release that body cam footage and you are lying, now you've really kicked yourself in the dick.
Here's my thing about that body cam. It's the reason that I just laugh at Nick sweepers when they criticize me. I just laugh at them because I go, I know you're not going to give me the apology I deserve when that body cam comes out. But I know that deep down in your soul, when you watch that body cam footage, and it is a fucking walking map, a layout of exactly what I said, and then some, you're going to have that moment, that come to Jesus moment where you're like, I mean, I'll never admit it, but that fucker was right. That's why I don't feel the need to go back and forth with these people. I know that in time, the truth, the physical truth will be out there. And I can just sit back and go, you can think I'm arrogant. You can think I'm a piece of shit. You can not trust me, whatever, but I told us so. Sorry.
I don't give a fuck. And 2 weeks ago, I read messages between me and April, and there was nothing private released. There was nothing. All I did was read what she said to make a plea to her the only way I fucking can. Okay? Because I'll tell you what's not compromised. When I'm sending a message to you, April, this is me talking to you. See my face? When I'm getting a text from you and you're in a house with those fucking pieces of shit, they're not. Fuck off, April. Fucking.
Gino's fired up.
Yeah, he seems upset.
Gino mad. Well, look,
doesn't look like he's taking this well.
Look, I've had my moments on air and more than enough moments off air back, 2 months ago where you go through that anger and everything else. I mean, they lost a friend. I mean, the friend changed and became a different person. Everybody but April and the Reketas see that. that she became a different person. In fact, one of the reasons I don't have to be like Nick and fucking try to manipulate people is A, I don't roll like that. But also B, you can just sit back and let people observe for themselves. People are smart and they'll come back to you. And then when every single person comes back to you and goes, it's just not herself. You go, oh, I know, right? He's fucking wild.
It's almost like when you change your life to do like any particular hobby, if you revolve around it, it changes who you are.
Yeah. And so like, I have to let my friends and all these people go through the stages of grief of losing someone that I've already gone through. So like when I say that April has transitioned into a news story to me, it's because I've gone through those 5 stages. I've moved on, and now I've got better things in my life and better people in my life. Gino and Keanu are now having to deal with the fact that, for all intents and purposes, she's gone. And
they're losing a friend. They're not happy about it.
Yeah, and at least for the foreseeable future, they're not coming back. You know, they just get deeper and deeper into the shit, and they don't know how to get themselves out because they have a marionette over top of them going like, it's totally fine, you're okay, dance. So they're going through the stages right now, and Gino's really good at the anger stage.
Love you and respect you too much to let you lie to my fucking face. I don't mind you being fucked with physically. You're a grown woman, that's your choice. But don't ever think I'm not yelling at you out of fucking respect and fear for your fucking future. And anyone that fucking tells you Gino's not your friend, he read that shit on air, is fucking with your head. And you're
does that mean I think Nick
would have said that.
Nick might have told April, God, he is a fucking gross guy. Oh, he's just such a fucking worm.
And they put him on the double screen. It's hurting me. I'm sorry. You meant Nick. My apologies.
But what a fucking worm to manipulate someone, especially someone, he knows April's a vulnerable person. Lied to her about me, lies about Keanu, lies about Gino. I bet you after Keanu read him the riot act on Instagram, he went back to her and went, these people aren't your real friends. Nobody would look at how she treats me. And it's really, like, he's trying to set this up, probably with Kayla too, is like us against the world, because if they're insulated with him, he can control the narrative, the defense. He's going to lead these people into a fucking jail cell. I mean,
how do you not see it going bad right now? Like, just with everything that happened, how do you not see? I don't understand how you don't go, all right, time to step away.
So am I reading this right? Does Gino have confirmation that Nick told April that he's not really her friend? Because
it seems like it, but I need receipts before I'm going to sit there and say, but dude, no, he's speaking to someone very directly, so I don't think so.
How can you exhibit such blatant narcissistic behavior and you fucking miss it? Well, I guess it's probably glug, 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 glug. I mean, that's probably the way you ignore it.
You're letting them. So get the fuck out of there. Go to a neutral place where you're not fucking going like, and if you're sitting there saying, those were all mine, they're not. You're in a toxic fucking environment. Anyone that's trying to convince you everything you see here is false, stop it.
See, Gino and Keanu know something, and I'm not going to press them. I'm going to let Keanu just tell us whatever she feels like telling us on Thursday. I know she's excited about that show.
Yeah,
I am too.
Gino is very fired up about something.
Yeah.
So
somebody
is this
said
after
something.
the messages that Keanu got? Did Keanu get the texts before this?
This was on Saturday, and Keanu got them Saturday, I think, or Friday or Saturday. I'm not sure. But
because he seems a little worked up.
Gino's worked up. And, here's the thing. Nick is one of those guys who, like, and to use a metaphor here, I see it in the gym all the time when I'm training fighters. You get one of these new guys who's been, beating up other new guys. And then he's going to step up and he's going to, try and get in the ring with you. And he's like, oh, I can hold my own. And you're just so experienced that you smack him around. It's no problem. That's the problem Nick is having with Gino and Keanu right now. And the problem he had with me at the end is that Nick is so used to fucking with vulnerable people and it working. He's so used to fucking with people who have become damaged, and damaged partly by him and partly by me because of the fucking shitty decisions I made. So Nick takes these damaged people and he works his voodoo and it works. So he starts thinking, oh my God, I can make anyone think the way I think. But then he runs into well-adjusted people, and I can't believe I'm saying this about my buddy Gino, but he runs into well-adjusted people like Keanu and Gino who don't fall for his bullshit, and he's basically relegated to temper tantrums, which is kind of what Gino's making it sound like here.
Yeah.
I won't.
Nick has played himself, cucked himself, if you will. Nick has played himself into thinking that he's some grand swami. He's not. He's just really good at fucking with vulnerable women's heads. He's done it to his wife for years. Does it to April now. If he's telling April that Gino and Keanu aren't her real friends, then he's a giant piece of manipulative shit.
Read your texts anymore. I won't. The ones you sent me 2 days ago, they're between me and you. But understand, I think they're compromised. But when I read...
That's the other thing. Like, Keanu told me, she goes, I think Nick's writing April's text for her.
Which is creepy. It's another sign that you're in a bad situation when you're not allowed to speak for yourself. It's another one of those things. I don't know. Maybe he's really convincing about, no, it's better if I handle it. And I know how, I don't know what sweet nothings he's whispering, but
hey, Johnny.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have a problem when someone doesn't let me text my own messages.
Hey,
I don't.
Hey, Johnny.
I have trust issues.
I got to switch off of Gino for a second here.
Yeah.
Guess what I have to break out?
The sippy cup?
I made a spilly.
God damn it, dude.
I know. It was a small spilly, but it was a spilly on the keyboard, so now I have to drink out of the sippy cup. Who was it? Was it Sage Retard, or was it Semper, or was it... Oh, God.
God, I don't remember.
Who the fuck sent me that? I feel so bad. Sage, Semper...
You're going to drip some more on your keyboard, it looks like?
Shut up, I did.
Trying to put the lid on?
How do you do lids? Boy. All right, hold on. There we go.
I don't know, man. Get a water bottle or something.
All right, so now we got the sippy. There we go. Let's continue on with Gino here.
Text on air for your own good, and the guy in your ear says that guy's not your friend, someone you knew way longer, someone you knew authentically, someone who came to your house, someone who fucking, would have bent over backwards for you two. Never fucking, I was not hanging out with you for money or super chats, April. I was hanging out with you and your fucking husband to fucking go to football games, to have drinks, to fucking sing karaoke, to do streams. It was fun.
Yeah.
To play golf. We love touching our balls.
Dude, I have this is going to sound gay. I have a shitload of friends that are a lot of fun. Gino is in the top 5 of like fun people to fucking hang out with. In fact, the Vikings game we went to, 3 out of my 5 most fun friends to hang out with were there. We were at the bar after the game and just having a great fucking time. And, yeah, I feel for Gino and Keanu. I really do, because I've been through what they're going through. I've gotten past it. I can see it as a news story now. But if they're right, and they seem to know more than I do, because I'm disconnected from it, thank Christ. But they seem to know more than I do, and it sounds like Nick is really sunk his hooks into April bad now. And
rejection hurts, man. And they've been you whole time. You never once, man. They were over at your house every opportunity.
Yeah.
No.
And it's amazing that he's now trying to convince her that Gino and Keanu are not good friends. Let me tell you what makes Gino and Keanu good friends. Do you know how many times they've told me shit I don't want to hear? That's true. A lot. Because that's what your friends do. I mean, if you got someone else telling you that your true friends giving you tough love are not your real... I mean, think of how gross and manipulative that is to go, oh, that guy who's giving you life advice, he's not your real friend. I'm your real friend. Here's another line. Here's another drink. There you go. I mean, it's going to come out that, like, I don't even know how much of a pig this guy is. Like, I'll probably be surprised. Because...
I don't know. Now, like I said, I'm just curious about the body cam footage. Because like that's what locks. I'm gonna look for it.
The thing is that like, again, when they got busted, I was gone for 6 weeks. I was surprised how much they went to shit physically in just the 6 weeks. When I saw the mugshots, I was like, Jesus Christ, I don't even know these people.
There was no fucking moment where it's like, oh, let me see what we can get. No. Ask yourself in your fucking moments of alone quiet time. Ask yourself, what am I getting out of this? What would you like to happen? What would you like to happen, April? Would you like fucking Nick to be found guilty? So, excuse me, would you like Nick to be found innocent? Whatever fucking legal maneuvers he's using, and I can't speak for him, because much like John, he's a genius. Get away from all three of them. Get away from all three.
Yes.
This is where it is now. Oh, well, when you hear what happened between April and Aaron in real life, I watch this. I don't care. The truth is, you guys know what happened. I don't.
There's three sides to what happened between April and I. My side, April's side, and the truth. Like every other
before than Nick's side.
Yeah, like, well, yeah, four sides then. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to me that like you're gonna be, oh, when you hear what really happened between the two of them, what really happened? We opened up our marriage. Drugs got involved. We fought like fucking cats and dogs and got fucking nasty about it. And our marriage our marriage went into fucking free fall because any fractures or any problems that were workable before this, you
exacerbated.
You escaped to the other person instead of dealing with your problems. Like when April and I had that issue with the Zumach stuff, we actually, like 10 months later, we're like, we have really worked through that, and I'm really proud of us, and we've gotten to a much better place. And then, like, it's funny, before we met the Ricadas, we were like, we've really been doing very well working on our shit. Because when you're faithful to your relationship, you have no choice but to work through shit with someone. But the minute you open up and another person comes in, I know at least in my case, and they tell you you're a good person and they love being around you, you're like, well, this other person makes me feel like shit. This
one doesn't.
This person doesn't. I'm going to hang around the one that doesn't make me feel like shit. That's what happened with April and I. We became incapable of dealing with our horse shit, and we leaned on other people. And it all came crashing down. That's what happened. There's no Aaron was the victim, and there's definitely no April was the victim. It was two people fell the fuck apart. And I will say, I'm better off for it. But I'm only better off for it because I helped fuck things up so bad during this thing that now I'm better off for it. I'm
better off for it. I learned to use my tears as lubricant. And there we go.
It does get slick.
I'll tell you what I do know. You're divorced, okay? I'll tell you what I do know. You're young with your whole life ahead of you. I'll tell you what I do know. You have parents who love you, and you're wanted where you are loved. You're wanted where you can profit the most, okay? If you're hanging out with a place...
I love how Nick, the grand manipulator, tells Gino and Keanu, oh, when you hear the whole story, you're going to think differently. No, they're not, because Gino and Keanu know that I didn't... like. Gino and Keanu are not sitting here going, wow, Aaron did everything right, and he sure is the victim.
No, it sounds like they kind of view you as a piece of shit in this as well, too.
Right. My friends view me as a piece of shit who was a fucking child and was fucking stupid. But you know what they see? They see a guy who's at least being honest and going, I was a piece of shit. I was stupid, you guys. You are right. Here's how I'm going to move forward. And April, they would treat her the same way if she did the same thing. But they're watching their friend make the same mistake over and over. And like Gino said, I don't give a shit what happened. I'm interested in what's going on now.
People are like,
but if you think, if that manipulator really thinks that I'm out here telling people that I was just an innocent bystander and it was all her fault, boy, you're crazier than I thought you were, which is possible. If you want to ask any of my friends about this situation, the first thing they'll say is, I never thought Aaron would do something like this. This is completely out of character. This was a fucking stupid move on his part. I can't believe he got involved with something like this. That's the first thing any of my friends and family will tell you. They won't blame anyone else. They'll just go, I can't believe Aaron got himself into this mess.
I totally can. I just can't believe I didn't notice. I just feel ignorant.
Thank you.
Me, anytime someone says, let me explain what really happened. What? You know what happened. No one needs to explain to me what really happened. I kicked Keanu's ass all week at rock, paper, scissors. She can see that? See that? Look at this. But go to a place where you can fucking sit in silence with your soul. And that's not in that house. That's not in that house. It's not. It's not.
Not on their property. Boy, you can tell Keanu just wants to fucking let loose, can't you?
Yeah, she's not happy about this. I actually want to know what those text messages are now. Just tease those for Thursday.
Let me tell you this. Anytime, like this is a classic, again, manipulative tactic. Anytime you need to see, wait until you hear the real story. That's some manipulation shit. I don't do that with people. I go, observe it for yourself. Watch it. Tell me what you think. Here's what I did. Tell me what you think. And they go, well, you're a fucking idiot. You go, yeah, definitely a fucking idiot. Anytime you have to go, wait until you hear the story. I'll look good when you hear this story. It's like, that's you being a fucking piece of shit. Like, no, you know, the old saying, no good marriage ever ended in divorce. You both had to, it takes two. You both had to fuck this up pretty hard. That's like when April would trash the shit out of Kayla when she would talk to me, which is fucking weird. Like, just, guys, don't wife swap. It's just fucking awkward and strange and fucked up. But when she would sit there and go, she treats him bad, and she makes him feel bad, and she does this, and she's not right for him, and blah, 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 blah. And you're like, what the fuck? And I would tell her, I'm like, you understand I'm your husband, right? She's like, yeah, but you love her very much, and you just won't admit it. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is fucking insanity. And she's like, she would talk shit about Kayla and how wrong she was and this and that. And I'm like, yeah, April, who told you that? She's like, well, Nick told me that. I go, exactly. The same guy who gave you Coke and said, oh, it's actually not that bad because what it does.
Why would he lie?
Yeah.
Why would he lie, though? He's just a good dude giving you the facts about the substance that he's in love with.
Like, here's how you know that you need to sharpen up a little bit. When this person continues to make decisions that puts you in direct and immediate danger, and you never question anything they did before based on this new information, you got to sharpen up. Your street smarts are dog shit. This guy got you arrested. Make no mistake. And you still think it was his wife's fault that they're not doing well? Please.
Not anywhere near them. Okay, said my piece. And you can hate me for it, April, but fucking I say that with nothing but love and fucking come here. Come to New York. Hang out with us and let us poison your mind with fucking whiskey and tobacco. But get the fuck away from everyone involved. Get the fuck away from everyone fucking involved. It's not fucking hard. Everyone's like, oh my God.
It's probably hard.
Oh, okay. Thank you, baby. Go.
Well, see, see, Keanu, and again, she really wants in on this conversation. She's saying it's hard because Keanu is aggressively of the belief that this is like a cult leader brainwashing thing.
Like Nick is kind of controlling this, and April can't get out because he's making sure she doesn't.
Keanu is firmly of that belief. Keanu's deeper in that belief than I am. But, you know, she's had some experience with it now too. And she believes it more and more every day. I think that's the difference between still going through the stages and then, like I said, covering it like a news story, like I'm doing, is you get a little more, you know, heated and passionate about it.
I don't know. Most news stories don't break into it. And live today at 5, the people I was having a crazy, weird sex relationship with.
It's one of those deals where I'm in a better spot. I'm in a better place than all of them. So I'm thankful for that. I couldn't be going in a better direction, and they couldn't be going in a worse direction. So I'm grateful for that. You just got to be grateful for where you're at. And then you won't, you know, this stuff won't fuck with you so hard. But then you got to remember these two lost a friend. And they feel it's unfair, and they're going through the stages of that. And you got to let them.
Go on, you're right. Well, fucking, it's just fucking, like to quote the Buddha, you know what sick people get? They get sick of being sick. And that's what I pray for April. I hope she gets sick of waking up in a toxic place where a guy's like, don't worry, it'll be fine. Don't worry, it'll be fine.
Keanu,
what the heck is she saying?
Keanu is fucking pissed. She's making fun of Nick. She must have got the messages already at this point.
I'm guessing she got the messages, and I'm guessing that she shared that information with Gino, because, again, he does seem a little lit.
He's worked up. He's worked up.
Just a bit.
So that was Gino's rant, and I thought that was really good. And again, we thank My Lost Interest for that one.
Thank you, My Lost Interest.
This person with $6 say it's from Ceiling Cats. Oh, the Ceiling Cats. Okay. There were some Ceiling Cats in his comeback. He stared up at the ceiling a little bit. Yeah. Let's knock that 5 off of there. 225 away from today. Then we've got, oh my goodness, we got a bunch coming in here. Let's go to Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans for 15.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, buddy. Let me just make sure I'm updated here. After all these, 210 away from today. We're $210 away from today's goal. We've got an hour to go, guys. So if you want to throw in some money, we would appreciate that. Let's knock out that $200 in the next 1 hour. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Venmo, all that stuff. Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans. Aaron, you must not have watched Annie Hall. You were supposed to take April to The Sorrow and the Pity. No, I haven't seen Annie Hall. Jackass again says poetry is not gay, or else Johnny would be delving into James Joyce. Well, that seems unnecessary. Volo Ludo
I need
with
to look into it.
Volo Ludo with $5 says, quick question: did Nick wear boxers or legal briefs? He seems like a woman's boy shorts kind of guy. Well, he's so thin now. I mean, I don't think he can wear anything but women's underwear, I would guess. I don't know. I haven't been there in a long time. Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans says Gino has many gay mannerisms. How did he attract the hot woman? Is it the Eames chair? Gino is a very charismatic guy. He's a very charming guy. He's a good dude.
He's had a long life of practice overcoming his face. He's gotten good at it.
But he's a passionate guy, and he's a lot of fun to be around. So, yeah, makes to me, it makes total sense that Keanu would fall for. Plus, they complement each other really well. I'm gonna open up these stories here in just a second, but they complement each other really well because Keanu is a tough, strong broad. I mean that in a complimentary sense. And Gino is more of the, and I mean this as a compliment, like this sweet, sensitive one.
That's always a good way to start it. I mean this as a compliment. He's a gay F word, and it's remarkably endearing. Just a little pillow popper right there. Just gotta love him.
I'm not saying he's a gay. I'm saying that he's a sensitive guy. I am too. Cheetos dropping off 12 $50 gift cards on Friday. Oh, so we'll be reloaded on Stoney's gift cards. So we got 12 of them?
All right.
Let's give away 3 of them right now. The next 3 people who throw $20 into PayPal are getting $50 to Stoney's in downtown Rockville.
Which will be handy for that anniversary show on the 10th.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, tickets to the anniversary show going up. I'm going to try and get those up today. I got the kids all day. We'll see. I want to get those up today, but at best, we'll get them up tomorrow when I've got the whole day.
All right.
So, yes, the next 3 people who throw in $20 over on PayPal or Streamlabs are going to get $50 to our pals at Stoney's. $210 away from today's goal and 1 hour left in the show. Let's knock that out and call it a win today. We appreciate your generosity. All right, over 1,000 of you checking out the show still. Unbelievable. That's really cool. Appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe, all that good stuff. Let's go ahead and open up these 7 o'clock stories. We got some Alex Jones in this hour. Just more bad news for for what do you call it? InfoWars with all this lawsuit stuff. We've also got some coverage of that weird Eric July thing that happened, and also one step closer to civil war. We'll talk about that as well, and the U.S. looking to take the Russian assets they've frozen and use it to give a $50 billion loan to Ukraine. It's just, you can't make it up. Before we do that, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, our friends at Midland Armory have a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, ammunition, so much more. And remember, Gearfire Capital now allows you to finance your firearms with Midland Armory. When you spend $500 or more, finance it with Gearfire Capital. If you want a side-fold takedown pistol, retails at $15.49, or you can pay $56 a month with Gearfire Capital, a new way to buy your next firearm. Now, if you don't have an FFL license, you can order it online from Midland. They'll send it somewhere where you can pick it up at an FFL dealer. If you do have an FFL, you're good. You can have it sent right to your door. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Derek and Tracy do a great job of taking care of you. If you're in central Minnesota, visit them at midlandarmory.com. Also, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud, with their awesome collection of trucks and wreckers for heavy-duty vehicles all the way down to motorcycles. They can take care of everyone and quicker than anyone else. So if you go get in an accident, you go in the ditch, you have any kind of stalling issue, make it our friends at All Care Towing. Again, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. And Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville. The anniversary show is coming up Saturday, August 10th. Starting tomorrow, we're going to let VIPs claim their 2 tickets, their 2 free tickets. Otherwise, we're going to be doing the roast of myself for the Steel Toe 10th anniversary party. I'm going to get Oz there. We're going to try to get Adrian. We got Johnny. We got Matt. We got Gino. We got Keanu. We're going to have some people make some videos that we can play for that whole thing. We'll try to get Whiskey Pete, all the old Steel Toe people. We'll get there for the 10th anniversary party and the cornhole tournament, of course.
Oh, still doing the cornhole.
Oh,
Okay,
we're still.
I wasn't sure if we were doing that or not.
We're still cornholing, my man.
I don't know. With your history, I don't know if I'd brag about still cornholing.
Still cornholing. You know, I don't let people shame me off of my hobbies. But yes, that's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. All right, guys, let's keep rocking on that 210. We're $210 away. And again, the next 3 people who throw $20 at Streamlabs, PayPal, or Venmo are getting $50 to Stoney's. Great for the anniversary party, as Johnny said earlier. All right, let's go ahead and play Ethan Ralph yelling about the Riley arrest. Now, we talked about this earlier, and admittedly, I'm happy that I don't know a lot about this situation leading up because it sounds as childish as fuck. This Eric July, some black dude who makes comics, and I guess he's supposed to be like really based or whatever, and a lot of people don't like him. They either think he's phony or his comics suck or whatever. I don't know, man. There's a lot of people who I think suck, and I just don't patronize them. I don't watch their shit. I don't.
If you don't like it, yeah, just
Yeah.
go find something you like. Why would you make yourself miserable? Just go do something you want to do.
Especially when the guy like seems like he's doing really well and making a shitload of money. I would never want to keep fucking with that person because it would make me look like, you know, I'm not effective. Like this guy's still fucking making money hand over fist, and I'm still bitching and whining and complaining, and it doesn't seem to be slowing this guy's roll at all. So Riley, who's Dick Masterson's producer, and I've met Riley. I think Riley's a fun guy. He went to Eric July's event. He had a live event at some bar or some convention area. And Riley went there in a cape to stand outside and, you know, just be obnoxious. Apparently, the venue owner had Riley arrested. The venue owner didn't want Riley there. He didn't want all these people coming in for a big event and seeing some guy in a cape screaming about how big of an asshole the person that everybody was there to see was. the venue owner thought that might be detrimental to his bottom line. So he called.
I think nobody would have noticed if you ignored it.
Well, he called the police, but it got around the internet, of course, that Eric July called the police. So if Eric July called the police, well, then he's a bitch and a rat and a snitch. And the internet loves stories like that. So they're like, I don't really give a shit if it's true or not. I'm just going to run with it. And this Eric July guy has told people, if you have a problem with me, pull up. Like he's tried to be really gangster about it. Now, two things about this. One, leave the fucking guy alone. Let him write stupid comic books. Number two, if you're a comic book writer and you're telling people to pull up and trying to sound gangster, fucking stop it. You write comic books. Like Stan Lee is challenging people to fisticuffs.
Excelsior.
It's like, I'm not taking sides on the Eric July thing. Here's the side I'm taking. This is all super gay. But some people get really worked up and super passionate about it. Let's play this Ethan Ralph yelling about Eric July and Riley and all this shit. First off, Patrick, thank you for the $20. He's going. He's getting $50 to Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. The next two people who go on PayPal or Streamlabs and throw in that $20 are getting the same thing. 190 away from today's goal. We're a ways away, and we're 50 minutes out from trying to knock that out. 499. Oh no, it was Scarface, wasn't it? Who got the sippy cup?
Maybe. I don't remember. It might be Scarface.
Scarface or Sage, yeah. 499 from Scarface says Eric July is a fake ANCAP who had Riley arrested when he could have easily disarmed him by buying him a beer rather than having him arrested for stalking. Now, what I'm hearing is that the venue owner called the police. So, and I believe the venue owner has come out and said he called the police. But yeah, I would say that's a good point. Like if I had somebody outside our anniversary show and they were like being a cunt, I would just bring him into the party and we'd all just make fun of him or we'd all just, point him out.
Have a good time.
Yeah. Like I would agree with that. Like Eric, but the thing is, that's if Eric July called the police and it doesn't sound like he did. Like if you invite him.
Getting dressed up to fight a guy having a comic book expo, or at least just trolling a guy having a comic book expo, seems like you have too much time on your hands. I don't get those. No one going there is like, I'm on the fence. Do I like this guy or not? Oh, Fatso in a cape has turned me.
So Ethan Ralph went off on the situation, and it just makes it all seem, again, so childish. Let's take a look.
Did show producer Riley arrested in Dallas, Texas for standing outside of the Rippaverse event and filming from the outside the event on the fucking sidewalk. He was arrested for stalking, allegedly. Outside this fucking event, full of e-celebs, full of con Inc. cocksuckers. Alex Stein right at the top of the list, but there were many others in there.
By the way, does anybody cut a wrestling promo like Ethan Ralph?
I don't think so.
This is like, if I didn't know what this was about, I would think this was to set up a pay-per-view on Sunday. I would think that Ethan Ralph is trying to talk people into the arena to come watch SummerSlam. If I didn't know this was about fucking comic books and shit.
Who could have stood up and said something and said, you know what? Let the motherfucker in. It's his home turf. Dallas is where Eric July is from. Rippaverse, the fucking shitverse, in my opinion. But I don't give a fuck about
Now look. I know tensions are high right now. And I know tempers are flaring. But there's no need to call it the shitverse. I mean, guys, let's maintain a little decorum here, please.
You guys realize you're all people on the internet. Like,
and we're screaming about comic books, for fuck's sake. And this guy's a fake ANCAP, and he's a fake libertarian. Guys, I've said that I have libertarian leanings long enough to know that in the mind of libertarians, there's no such thing as a real libertarian. Everybody's a fake
have you seen the libertarian candidate this year?
Oh, God.
Are there libertarians anymore?
Oh, my God. But, like, everybody's screaming about what a comic book guy did to some fat autistic guy in a cape. And it's like, guys, there's no reason for this level of animosity. Like, we can bring this down. Like, this is all funny. You know, it's not like somebody got arrested in a house full of drugs, guns, and children, and with his side piece at his side. I mean, it's not like that happened. I mean,
again,
Jesus.
I don't know if he's doing a character or a bit, but
no, this is Ethan Ralph.
He seems like he's pushing it, like as a bit and everything, and that's fine. But if you were legit someone who got this worked up about it, all right, you got a problem. Let it go.
Comics, I mean, you know what? Who cares? To be honest.
There you go, Ethan. That's the spirit. Attaboy. I like that. I like that Ethan can turn it on and turn it off. Like he can hit the brakes and accelerate really quick. Like, there's this bullshit and the rip-a-verse or the shit-verse. Fuck these people. Now, you know what? Who gives a shit? I don't really care. It's like, you know what? That's admirable. Most people can't turn it off once they turn it on. You know? And he's like, you know what? Fuck it. Who cares? This is retarded.
But I've seen what you put out, and it's complete trash. Batman, more like shit man.
Well, again, Ethan, don't go too far where you can't turn back now. I mean, shit man is, you know, where some people come from, them's fighting words. Let's try to maintain, like I said, some decorum here. Shit man, it's too far.
Is my fucking opinion on your fucking trash. Regardless, you had the home turf advantage. You had the chance to act like a man, and instead, Mr. ANCAP, Mr. Gangbanger, I carry a fucking heater wherever I go. You had the chance.
What, did you want him to shoot him? Wait, what? Did you want him to pull out his gun because a man in a cape was standing outside? Now, look, do I think the idea of inviting him in and like counter trolling him would be great? Yeah, for sure. He's outnumbered. That would be the move to make. Do I also, in a really cheeky, shitty way, think it's really funny to have a guy who's fucking with you arrested? Kinda. Like, I think it's kind of funny if a guy's outside in a cape and he's fucking around with you and he's like talking shit and you're like, all right, I'm going to raise this up to the next level. You're getting arrested by the cops. That's kind of funny. It's a shitheel move, but it's kind of funny. Like, you got him fucking arrested. The last thing he was thinking when he put that cape on was that he was going to jail.
Was he in holding for a while? Because I want to know, how does that go? Do you feel a little vulnerable if you're in like a holding cell with a bunch of other people and you're the only one who looks like a cosplayer? Like,
do you get to
seems
keep,
like it might not go well.
Do you get to keep the cape also? Or do you have to take that off when you go in?
To bring Riley, just invite him in. Invite him in, make a mockery of him, whatever you want to do. But instead, you called the fucking police because you're a snitch fucking piece of shit. And you belong on the bottom of the pile, I'll just say. So don't get my...
What does that mean?
Look, when you called the cops on my friend, you did me in the wrong way. And I don't like it when things don't go my way.
Eric July.
He's starting to bail out on me.
Eric July. Hell of a call to the cops on Riley. Yep. Probably the toughest call I ever made in my life. I don't like it when things aren't going my way. Riley, you turn the tables on me. Turn the tables in the wrong way. You got me mad now. Fucking stupid.
Fucking Twitter account taken down, and so you can't silence me, so you can't call the police on me like you like to do everybody else. You're a fucking pussy. Your first move is always to call the fucking police, and you make me fucking sick.
If you smell... Sorry, I feel like Ethan needs a catchphrase at the end of his promos, because that, again, that's like fucking wrestling promo worthy.
It is very energetic.
Yeah, he's got the right energy for what he's doing. Birdman with $5 says, when you run out of Stoney's cards, maybe the consolation prize could be taking over your spot at the disco.
I don't know if you can buy tickets to that.
I don't know.
Like
like
a special, like an invite-only event.
Mildly disrespectful. Mike's Tool Nail says, here, have some money. Thank you, buddy. This is Ceiling Cat. Sorry for being a spurg in chat. I haven't seen my wee-wee in 25 years, and my mom is late bringing me my Tostino pizza rolls, so I'm a bit testy, allegedly. All right, well, thank you, Ceiling Cat.
Thank you, Ceiling Cat.
I appreciate that. That's going to knock a good 10 spot off. 175 away from this morning.
Beautiful.
And that 175, we got 45 minutes to knock it out. So if you'd like to throw us a couple of bucks, there's the link in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. Thank you very much. Elza Belza says, why are all these people shaped like Aaron? And then, yeah, another person, Bigot on Socialist Media, says, comics is a serious business. I guess.
I mean, for comic book nerds, yeah. They get real sweaty about it, but
people get fucking amped to fight each other over comic books.
But I have a little bit of appreciation for comics, and I have a few, and for the most part, I don't care. Like, it's just, okay, you drew Batman, and you wanted to make Spider-Man gay, whatever the fuck they're doing now, I don't give a fuck. Like,
well, I will say this. It's you keep calling it Batman. That's not what Ethan Ralph called it.
Oh, what did he call it?
Shit man.
Yeah, that one's better. Has a real nice ring to it. Shit man.
You see, it's called Shit man.
Because it's so good.
Oh, yuck.
You all right?
No, this was the Instagram post I was telling you. Somebody tagged me in this. Malcolm X on Twitter. I like him. He's good. I don't know if he likes me or not, but I like his coverage of shit. He showed Nick's Instagram post from yesterday from his front yard.
Okay.
And this was just, people are calling this schizo posting. I don't know what that means. I mean, I know what schizo means, but like I don't know what schizo posting means. Also, Nick is losing his hair and he's starting to look like Beaker from the Muppets with a beard.
So you're saying you feel for him in one regard.
He looks,
I know, buddy.
He looks old. He looks old. He looks like this thing has aged him 10 years. I said it when he did his live stream. He looks like he's in his 50s. And
I will say he looks relatively like put together here.
So thin though, still like the sunken in face and the tiny little shoulders, and it's very Holocausty. But this is what he wrote.
Oh, I thought it was a video. Shame.
No, this is what he wrote. It's so gay. The world can still be beautiful even when it feels stacked against you. Motherfucker, it's not stacked against you. You did all of this to yourself. We all did all of this to ourselves. The world's not stacked against me. I fucked up. Adversity is the fire that refines the golden links in your life and burns away the chaff and the leeches. Okay.
So,
I didn't know I was wife swapping with a homosexual.
So who's the leech? Who are the leeches?
Anyone who doesn't think he's the greatest and that this isn't that Candy Ojai County planted everything on him. Fuck. The risk of dude, if he ends up pleading out of this, do you know what a bitch he's gonna look like after all this? In his live stream, he said, "Oh, I'm in Bumpkinville, Minnesota with a case, and the prosecutor has to learn how to use a computer before they do the." It's like, motherfucker, you better stop talking about shit about the people who handle your plea deal, because they have a remarkably solid case, like a really fucking good case.
Do they still have the judge that he lost the other
No.
lawsuit thing to? Or
So
did they
he
get
got
that
that judge changed into a judge who's like the toughest judge on drugs in that county.
Oh, good for him. So he went from a judge who hates him to a judge who hates what he does.
Right.
Perfect.
So if he pleads this out, he's going to look like such a bitch after, all this big talk he's been doing. So he's kind of in a catch-22. He can swallow his pride, which he can't do. I've never seen him be able to do it. He's got too much of an ego. And that's coming from me. But he's not going to be able to swallow his pride and take a plea deal, because then he has to admit he was wrong, and he's incapable of doing that. And also, God, I do get mad when I think about the fact that this motherfucker is putting himself before his children. But then again, that's how he's lived his life, is putting himself before his children. So, all right. And for a while, we all were.
Right.
Some of us smartened up. But April smartened up, too, because she realized, oh, those aren't really my kids. I'm not tethered to anything. I can do whatever the fuck I want. How about drugs, booze, and fucking? All right. Well, there you go.
That's smartened up, but definitely.
Little, what do you call it? A little bit of sarcasm in that. But if he takes this to trial, he's going to fucking, now he's not going to jail. He's going to prison. Like prison. They don't like it when you waste their fucking time and bog down the courts in horse shit. So if you go try to fight this thing, whoo, doggy.
Yeah, but he's being a cheeky asshole about it the whole time. I'm sure that'll get him some brownie points. We're like, hey, you made it fun and you kind of poked at us and you wasted our time. So let's just wipe the slate clean.
The risk of life's tribulation is that the petty gossips and the self-serving deceivers will convince you to believe their lies about who you are. It ain't fucking gossipers and petty deceivers. I knew you. I was there. Right there. Number 2, people are reading what was in your fucking house. So unless you want them to believe that shit was planted, they're going off what was taken out of your house.
Dude, but who's going to trust a gossip circle like a arrest warrant? Like you can't
right.
You can't believe that stuff, all right? You got to know what's fake. And cops with warrants and then reporting what they saw, totally not believable.
He was shitting on all the LawTube people who were like believing the police report. He's like, all of these people are usually people who are questioning the government and say the government's always full of shit, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, how fucking he owned himself and didn't even know it. Kind of like he owned himself when he said, Aaron cucked himself out of his own life. No, Aaron's got his life back. You're fucked, homeboy. Like, I got my life back. You're in the shit. Not me. So he keeps self-owning. And he said this thing where he's like, all these lawyer people who have turned on me, they're people who would usually question the government. Yeah. What does that say about your case? What does that say about how fucked you are that all these people who their first step would be to question the government are going, oh, no, this dude's fucked. It's, watch the Law and Crime video on you. They fucking nailed it pretty good. Forked tongues can sway the uninformed. Don't allow them to poison you against yourself. Shut up. What you're really saying is don't let them say shit about me that you might believe.
So if I believe someone else's opinion about Nick, that's poisoning myself?
Yeah, you're poisoning yourself. Because it's a good thing he's not like cult leader-ish or manipulative.
I don't, no offense, Nick. After this show's done, I'm not going to think about you. So if I had a negative opinion, I don't see how it'd be poisoning.
There is no compromise with poison. Yeah, like the 26 grams of fucking poison. The cops didn't compromise with your poison. They ripped that shit right out of your house, didn't they?
Someone who does blow and drinks a lot, I don't know if you want to talk about poison because you are putting a lot of chemicals in
I don't know. Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ, man. $5 from Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans. He says, it's very odd. I insult Aaron with wit and it goes over his head, i.e., Aaron seems like the epitome of a comic book reader. Look, I didn't say I wasn't a retard.
I said he's not that into comics.
Right. I just said I wasn't into comics. I didn't say I was smart. Jesus. Have you listened? All right, that puts us at 170 for today. And about a half hour before we rattle the cans and see if we can come up with that 170. So if you want to make it a little easier on us in the meantime, go ahead and throw in PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, etc. All right. Let's go to the Alex Jones thing.
Yep.
Old Alex. Look, man, like I say, I love Alex. I think Alex is the man, but he's crying again. And he's crying because it looks like they're going to liquidate his assets. Like, they're not going to give him...
They are going to completely just dissolve...
They might, because...
The whole thing.
It's not like they're going to give him a break on the lawsuit or anything else. Like, that lawsuit was designed to destroy Alex Jones.
To bury him.
Yeah. It wasn't designed to get justice for the Sandy Hook parents. Justice for the Sandy Hook parents would have been, you give them each $5 million... sorry about that. We move on. $1 billion, wasn't it like $1 billion?
Yeah, it was $1 billion or more than $1 billion.
Yeah. $1 billion worth of punishment for the Sandy Hook shit. That's more than fucking, punishing Alex Jones for what he did. That's taking your shot at ripping down InfoWars because you don't want him around.
The worst part is in the trial stuff with the last trial that he was in, he was kind of fighting the system a lot and really kind of bucking the whole thing, and he did give them the opportunity. He gave them enough rope to hang himself with.
Yeah, Alex definitely dug his own grave in many ways. First of all, when he talked about the parents being crisis actors, there was no allegedly, there was nothing like that. Now, if you have proof that they are, then go ahead and fucking say it all day. Forget allegedly, whatever. Fine. But if you don't, then you got to fucking be careful. He opened himself up to the lawsuit. Then with the way he reacted to the lawsuit, he really fucked himself. So let's go ahead and check out Alex announcing that he's going to liquidate assets to pay his Sandy Hook bill. I hope there's not an ad before this.
All right,
Probably
Oliver, this
is.
liquidation means that Jones will be giving up his stake in the online platform InfoWars, which he has helmed for so many years. Does this also mean that these families will actually get paid, or is Jones going to try to weasel out of this again?
Wow, look at how they're just digging the knife in.
Yeah. Again, they had a setup that they wanted to get just with the trial, and with the way it all turned out now, they're just twisting the knife every time they can, because they just immediately go, is he going to try to weasel out of it? Is he going to try to cheat people? Like, you guys don't really want to face the fact that you did kind of lynch him. I mean, whether you were justified with going after him, you really lynched him.
Well, they're not denying it. Like I said, they're twisting the blade. They're like, oh, hey, he's going to lose his company. Hey, he's going to lose his show. Hey, he's going to lose all this. Do you still think he's going to weasel out of it like a chicken shit asshole? And it's like, oh, boy, you guys are fucking relentless.
And it just kind of looks like she's smirking about it.
Oh, yeah, she's
like,
thrilled.
He's going to lose his stuff.
She's really happy.
Well, the hope is that they'll get paid. Like you said, they haven't seen a dime since juries in Connecticut and Texas awarded them $1.5 billion in damages. And let's remember why they awarded those damages. They awarded those damages
because they don't want Alex
to shut down Alex.
Yes. I mean, I know why they filed the lawsuit. They filed the lawsuit because Alex Jones went on the air and said that their kids weren't really dead and that they were crisis actors, and that caused people to call their homes and threaten them and all kinds of other shit. I get that. The reason the $1.5 billion was agreed on is because they wanted to bury Alex Jones under the fucking cemetery. Yeah. I mean, they wanted to, they took advantage. This was to the establishment what 9/11 was to the Bush administration. Like,
I really feel like this was the first point, in my opinion, of just blatantly, obviously, the justice system taking a political side and then exercising it. Not quite as like sharply as they did on Donald Trump, because they had some actual stuff with Alex. But like I said, once he left the room, the door open for him, they buried him under everything they could get. They threw way more than they needed to at him.
Right. And it, like I said, it was kind of like to the establishment what 9/11 was to Bush, where they wanted to get rid of Alex Jones, just like George W. Bush wanted to go into the Middle East. Yep. So while the tragedy thing that happened was legit and it was real, once you had it, you manipulated it and twisted it so it would work to
get everything you want.
Right, so it could work to your benefit.
Because Jones, for years, tormented these families. It wasn't only that these families couldn't feel like they could protect the legacy of their loved ones who died during the Sandy Hook shooting in 2012, but afterward, for years, they were tormented by hate messages. They were on the receiving end of harassment. One of the family members even testified during one of the trials that they had their house shot at as a result of all this harassment led by Jones, whipped up by Jones. And so the hope is that they will start to see some money. I think it's pretty difficult to imagine a scenario where they get that $1.5 billion.
Do you think CNN's going to show Alex Jones crying? before this story's
I
over?
would like to see that. I think they'll put the Alex Jones crying up there because nobody looks good when they cry on air.
Yeah.
I know this
$1 billion, but they like to see some of that money, I think, and the hope is that by him liquidating his personal assets, that will happen. I think Jones also is starting to realize that he's actually going to have to pay for his really reprehensible actions. Over the weekend, he spoke in really candid terms about what was happening, and he even started to cry on the broadcast. I think we have a tape of that.
I think we have a tape of that.
We're going to go to him crying.
Oh, are they just twisting the fucking blade on old Alex? Oh, man. I think we have a tape of that. You fucking know you have a tape of that. Stop it.
We're going to beat these people. I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but it's been a hard fight.
They don't even play like the context of what he said. They're like, here's a man blubbering.
Just the blubber part.
Oh, they are really just deep fucking Alex right now. There was no reason to play that. It was 3
There was
seconds.
no context to that. Just he cried. Guys, he cried.
Oh, these people are fucking cold, man. If they spend as much time focusing on the quality of their content as they did shivving Alex Jones, their ratings might be better.
Those tears don't really inspire much sympathy given the actions of Jones, but I think they do point to the fact that he realizes that this is going to be something he's going to actually have to pay for, Brianna.
Remember when news used to be like, hey, we're not going to give opinions, we're gonna report the news. Like that's
the 80s was a wild fucking time.
Yeah, that's fucking out the door, man. This guy's just like, obviously can't have any sympathy for him because he's a giant piece of shit. Am I right? You're like, fuck, dude. Can you give Alex a little bit of a break?
So if you get $5 million or you get $500 million, how much does that bring your dead child back?
Yeah, how back does your child get if you get $1 billion?
And I get that Alex Jones publicized this story and that got people's attention, but I really don't like if he didn't flat out call for people to visit stuff onto these people, then I don't like the idea of oh, this happened and these hateful people did this. Yeah, idiots that follow this guy took it too far.
Yeah.
But are we supposed to hold every asshole on the internet accountable for what he watches and then decides? So if someone goes out and commits a mass shooting because they've been watching somebody, is that now that streamer's fault because they said stuff and this person went, well, you know what I'm going to do? Take it to an extreme.
Well, it depends. Does the government want to get rid of that streamer? Then yes. That's the answer. That's the answer we get from the Alex Jones case. Guys, 170 away from overtime. We've only got 25 minutes left. Let's make it a successful Monday and keep our win streak going. The links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Let's throw some big numbers out there and knock out that 170. And when I come back, we're going to talk about the Vegas shooting because people have been writing about it in the Rumble chat. And I want to talk about the Vegas shooting a little bit since we're on the topic of Sandy Hook and all that. Throw us some money. The links are in the chat. Let's knock out that 170 and call it a win. Johnny, carry on for a minute.
All right, we got $5 from BJ. Thank you. We'll make sure Aaron counts that when he gets back. The CNN Pajit is Oliver Darcy. He has a beef with Alex personally when Alex Jones confronted him in the Capitol back in 2018. I think all of the news agencies have a problem with Alex Jones because for a while it was easy to say he's crazy, he's a conspiracy theorist, he's flying off the hill. But then his shit started coming true and some of his stuff started being accurate. And now they can't have him up there well, yeah, he does sound like a crazy person, but it turns out he's kind of, letting the cat out of the bag. So we better bury him under $1.5 billion in debt. It's going to be a W or an L today. I don't know. Every day is a W for me. We're having a great time. I'll be on it too. Oliver Darcy is literally the reason Alex lost all of his social media accounts. Wait a minute. Oliver Darcy is the one at CNN? He's a Pajit. That CNN, I don't know what that is. But so Oliver Darcy runs CNN?
No, Oliver Darcy's a reporter.
Okay.
Blitz League, Aaron doing a rail. No, sir. Not for me. It's not for me, thank you very much.
Michael B., I'm only mentioning this because that flag was actually made by an American veteran who served this country. So
fucking American.
Yeah, I normally don't give a shit if you want to make fun of my shit, but Amazon Basics thing, like, it was handmade by an actual service veteran. So,
He's American. What are you? English. Oh, that's American. Italian? Nah. No, they're like us. What? No. We're American.
Race war.
Yeah. Race war. BJ with $5 says that CNN Pajit is Oliver Darcy. He has a beef with Alex personally when AJ confronted him in the Capitol back in 2018. Okay. That makes sense. 165 is our number. Come on, guys. Let's knock out that 165 in the next 25 minutes and call it another win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Links are in the chat. Click them. Throw us a bunch of money. Be retarded about it. The next two people who throw in $20 on PayPal or Streamlabs are getting $50 to Stoney's. Great to use at the anniversary party, which is going to be a lot of fun. Coming up 2 months from Saturday is when that... Well, date-wise, it's coming up 2 months from today. So go ahead and click one of those links. Take your hard-earned money and put it in our pocket for doing the show we do. We appreciate it. Let's get into a couple of things before we consider whether or not we're doing overtime today based on your contributions. Public school teacher calls in sick so she can take her student to get an abortion. Boy, some people are just really not afraid of fucking anything, like consequences or anything else. I don't care how you feel about abortion. You can be pro-choice. You can be pro-life. Lord knows I could understand either side. But when you're a school teacher, I feel like your student telling you they want an abortion should be like the most hands-off thing you can possibly have.
I feel like this is where you then go to parents, family, and higher-ups. I don't know if you should just take the kid for a medical procedure.
Right. You know, maybe go to your local pastor. And he can report it. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I feel like if you're a teacher and your student goes, like if your student goes, I think I'm a different gender, you don't brainwash the kid and tell them not to tell their parents. And if someone goes, oh, I'm pregnant and I want to get an abortion, you don't fucking drive them to the goddamn abortion clinic to kill their baby. Like, you can say what you want, whatever, but goddamn, it does seem a little far to be driving the kid right up to the front gate or the front door, whatever the fuck. This is the report. Oh, God, look at that. It's so redacted. I don't even know. If we can read that. A lot of names and whatnot. A public school teacher took a student to get an abortion. The teacher had been conversing with the students for 2.5 weeks regarding the medical appointment, and even went and found the abortion clinic for the student. Well, you know, when someone's under stress, you know, they don't want to be looking up stuff themselves.
Who's the one pushing for the abortion here? Is it the student or the teacher? I feel like you have to do some of your own research if you want to be considered the one whose idea it was. It seems more like the teacher's pushing this. I pulled up a whole list of them. Trust me, it's going to be great. You go to sleep and they'll just vacuum that thing right out and you can start taking loads again.
Oh, man, if it's early enough, you just take a couple pills and you're good to go.
There you go.
Stews that tomato up real nice for you. Even went and found the abortion clinic for the student, yet apparently didn't notify the parents of the student whose baby she was about to have killed. That's beyond any sort of keep your kids out of public school rhetoric. Oh, shit. How do you not get fired for that?
Oh, no.
She was fired. Okay.
Good. Thank Christ. I mean, you're kind of killing kids. You're actually destroying your own job. That's job security. You want that kid. You want that kid out there because someone has to teach it.
Yeah. I love how this version of the story says, New Hampshire teacher fired after allegedly taking student to abortion clinic during school hours. Well, see, now that's the part. That's the part that upset them. Not the part where you go, she took the student to have an abortion, but like even when school was in session, how dare you? Wait until school is over to get an abortion like normal people, you fucking monster.
She took her during her third period because it's been a couple weeks since she had a period, so we got to go get that done.
You miss a period, you take a period. All right, guys, we got 15 minutes before we got to knock this goal out today. We're 165 away from hitting, so we are a ways away. We need to go on quite the rally in order to get that down to 0 and get ourselves a win. Oh, my God. I might have to turn off Instagram notifications pretty soon here. Someone's going through and liking all of my posts. Thank God I only have like 7 on Instagram. Whew. All right, guys, throw us a couple of bucks. Then we'll do 30 minutes of overtime for you, and the show will have knocked out its needs for the day. Let's go ahead and check this out. This is a little more detail on this story.
New tonight, it's a controversial subject being debated in a West Michigan school district.
Pineapple on pizza. One teacher brought a student to get pineapple on a pizza during school hours. Is this something that's to be done? Afterwards,
if he was a different race, would you let your daughter date him?
Should teachers or school employees be able to talk to students about abortion? It's a hot topic.
Talk,
yes.
Sure, you can talk about it. Go ahead and
tell them where they might find resources, or, oh, God forbid, encourage them to speak to their parents or some other adults about it, maybe, sure. A doctor, preferably.
But, like, drive them to the place where they're going to abort the baby? No, of course not. You can't do that.
In Caledonia, and one school board member is under fire for comments made at a recent
no,
meeting.
not under fire.
Working on your side's Micah Cho joins us to explain how it all started, Micah.
Julia,
that guy actually shot somebody at a Wingstop last week. Sorry.
Don't let him off this story early or he'll kill someone.
State law that was repealed last fall, it banned teachers and district staff from talking to students about abortion. Since it's no longer law, the question in Caledonia is whether to keep the policy that enforced it.
I tell you what, when you get rid of the policy one year, and then the very next year, a teacher's bringing a kid to get abortions, that means that there was definitely a backlog of demand of teachers who wanted to bring kids to get abortions.
I love our teachers, but this is a parent thing, man. That's not the option for teachers.
It's a question that has split the Caledonia School Board down the middle. What to do with a current district policy that forbids teachers or district staff from talking to a student about the abortion option or assisting them in getting one. There used to be a Michigan law that required school districts to carry this policy that teachers could not discuss abortion with students, but it was repealed in 2023. On May 20th, the Caledonia Board looked at 2 options. The first to eliminate the policy, the second to update it. And while there was a lot of discussion by board members on the 2 options, it was this comment by Treasurer Jason Seydoux that went viral.
Option 1, rescinding the policy, takes the politics out of it and leaves the interests of the students into the hands of our teachers that can make the best decision for them.
And while pages like
what?
Wait, taking the policy out removes the politics? Actually, no, that kind of places the politics, because now people who want and believe in abortions will push for it. People who don't want will push for it. You literally, you've put it up to the teacher. If the teacher thinks abortion is wrong, she's going to tell that chick, like, no, that's a life. That's God's miracle in your womb. So, make some sandwiches and get ready, kid.
Ooh, boy.
But other than that, no, you're being political.
Yeah, I mean, not letting anyone talk about it removes the politics from it. I mean, whether you think it's a good idea or a bad idea, that is what it does.
Libs of TikTok shared only that part of the meeting, getting more than 250,000 views. Seydoux later clarified, minors still need a parent's permission to get an abortion under Michigan law.
Ideally, yes, it's the parents, right? And law says it's the parents. And the law currently still says it's the parents. I mean,
before it was
then I'm assuming that she took a senior to get the abortion and the senior was 18 years old.
Right. Either way, it's still not cool. You should not be taking a student to get an abortion unless there was like an R wording or something where we can't go towards the family.
Or if you're the
like,
teacher who did it. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Well, then you're just covering your goddamn ass.
Yeah, you're just trying to be thorough. That's all.
Appealed, all Michigan school districts had to have a policy enforcing the ban on abortion discussion or face disciplinary action. Cooley law professor Michael McDaniel explains.
A school district would lose $100,000 each year if they didn't have a policy in place.
He adds with the
so like the law says you have to have some kind of policy or you have to pay a fine. So
okay.
You got to go on the record one way or the other. Either you can talk about abortion or you can't talk about abortion. I suppose
we really need that money. Go kill that kid.
But I suppose it makes sense because you don't want like teachers just freestyling in there. You know, you want to give them you want to lay down some guidelines so, you know, they don't end up taking a fucking kid to Planned Parenthood and having a baby sucked out of them. Jesus.
Can we maybe teach the kids to not take hot loads?
That's preventative measures for sure, yeah.
Appeal, a lot of Michigan school districts could be looking at their policies about discussing abortion if they haven't already.
In essence, you're taking it out of the state's hands. The legislature has said no longer will the state impose this policy. We will leave it to the local school district.
I did reach out to the school board president and superintendent for comment on the issue, who said they had none to provide at this time. However, reaching out to Jason Seydoux, he pointed me to a Facebook post he made saying this is still a parent's issue, but that there are a lot of moving parts to this conversation, and we'll have that full statement linked to this story on our.
All right.
Yeah, one part ain't moving anymore, though. That's the problem.
Right.
One part is done moving.
They're like, well, we asked for comment on this, and they all said, you've got to be out of your fucking mind. I don't want to talk to you about this shit at all. This has been really embarrassing for us. Yeah, I mean, I would say, like, should teachers be allowed to talk to pregnant students about abortion? I mean, probably not. It just feels like something you should send off to the parents or a doctor.
I'm not against like passing on information and resources and stuff, but again, the finding an abortion clinic, setting the whole, and like taking the child, that's a step above that.
Yeah,
that really shouldn't be a thing. Like I said, unless there's some reason why we can't involve the family, I feel like you probably should have a discussion with your family about the whole thing. I don't trust the teacher to be like, yeah, no, this is the best decision for you. Do you know that for a fact?
Yeah. Come on, let's go kill your kid. Like, what? But
I've raised tons of them. They're pieces of shit. You can make more. Let's go.
But wait a minute. I've got third period Spanish. Well, yeah, I got to teach too, but I'm going to take a sick day and we're going to go kill your baby. Come on, it'll be fun. You're a little, like, there's a difference between wanting to help a kid and being a little too gung-ho.
Look, I've got a wet dry vac in an afternoon that I'm not busy. Come on over. Let's do this.
Yeah. McCool said, whatever happened to referring the student to the counselor and speaking with family? I mean, that would be ideal, right? Okay, guys, we only have 10 minutes to try and knock this thing out. We are in danger of not knocking out Monday morning, 165, away from today's goal. The next two people to throw in $20 on Streamlabs and PayPal are getting $50 to Stoney's. But if you're feeling generous, man, lock in. Dump something nice in the old offering plate for Steel Toe, because we are $165 away. We got about 800-900 of you checking out the show towards the end here. And hopefully we can knock out that last 165 and call it a win for today. There's all the links in the chat. They're also pinned to the top of the page. If you'd like to go ahead and kick in there as well, we appreciate it. 165 is the number. And in about 4 minutes, we're going to slow things down here and see if we can, shake the can at you and get that all knocked out. And if we do, we'll add 30 minutes to the end of the show. Otherwise, we're done in 9. Your call.
All right.
A new poll shows Americans are living in two different worlds. I believe it. It's kind of easy for people to kind of read their own shit, watch whatever they want, get their own information the way they want it. I can see how people could be asked the same question and be on polar opposite ends of it. Like in terms of their perception of reality.
Yeah, but don't we all spend the same amount at the gas station and the grocery store? I feel like certain parts of reality are locked in that you can't ignore.
Well, that's why they call like guns and shit wedge issues. Like it's not as important as how much groceries cost. It's not as important as inflation, but like there's a lot more passion in those issues for a lot of people. Abortion, guns, shit like that. So they can rile you up instead of focusing on the stuff that's, not going so well, like the economy. But there was a poll done on the differences between Biden and Trump voters on key cultural issues. For example, gun ownership does more to increase safety by allowing law-abiding citizens to protect themselves. 86% of Trump supporters said yes. 23% of Biden supporters said yes. Oh, boy.
Biden is losing everything.
The legacy of slavery affects the position of black people in American society today by a great deal or fair amount. 79% of Democrats said yes. 27% of Republicans said yes.
Okay, so we're just going down party lines now?
Pretty much. America's openness to people from all over the world is essential to who we are as a nation. 87% of Democrats said so. 36% of Republicans.
Yeah, because they're tired of paying for the illegal immigrants.
Oh, wow. This one isn't very popular with either side. Someone can be a man or a woman, even if that is different from the sex they were assigned at birth.
No, that should be a big Democrat thing. I thought they were all pro that.
Only 59% on that one for Democrats. Not as high as the other stuff was.
Some rainbow bullies are going to be pissed when that gets out.
Republicans, 9%.
Well, that's on par.
The criminal justice system in this country is generally not tough enough on criminals. 81% of Republicans said that's true. 40% of Democrats said that's true. Society is better off if people make marriage and having children a priority. 59% of Republicans said yes, which is low. I thought there would be more. 19% of Democrats said yes. I mean, we're just... These are very fundamental questions, and we're just so far apart on them.
Right. I thought we all understood that when it comes to raising kids, it takes a village, or at least two couples. It takes a village.
Like, say you want to raise 8 of them. And you think you can all just do it together. Yeah. Why not? And you can do drugs and drink at the same time. It's going to be fucking great. It's going to be just goddamn dandy. Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans with $5 says, Aaron and Johnny, if I made a super chat that bought out your daily goal, would I get a response to each and every comment I made?
As well, everyone I see, sure.
I mean, I would try as hard as I could. Yeah, I'd probably put Johnny in charge of the Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans.
Yeah, I'll have to keep track on them. But yeah, dude, no, I can keep track of them for you.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're going to give us $140, I mean... Yeah.
Gotta give you what you paid for. What is this?
It's going to be a special friend for sure. Shut the F up. Karen with $20 says, this is my coffee money this week, so you better keep me awake with a great show. Well, hey, we've gotten 3 hours and 55 minutes in so far. We're not doing so bad. All right, guys, 5 minutes left to go. We officially have $140 left in today's goal. Can we knock it out? Can we get to overtime today? Let's see. $70 from Alex Jones says, can you hold this for me? I'm trying to hide some cash.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Alex. We will hold that for you. That puts us $75 away from today. There you go, guys. 5 minutes, $75. Let's fucking do this thing. I think we can do it. All right, 4 minutes away. We've got a great overtime coming. We've got the U.S. giving more money to Ukraine. Oh, I did want to talk about Vegas. A lot of people have been talking about the Vegas shooting today in the chat. And I do want to share some thoughts on that since we were talking about Sandy Hook with the Alex Jones thing. We also have a very funny moment where a golf journalist thought they were interviewing former NFL quarterback Vince Young, and it turned out to just be some black dude. They were like, hey, we're standing here with Vince Young. And he's like, all right, fuck it. I guess I'm Vince Young then. Shut the F up, Karen. Yes, you do get $50 to Stoney's for
Yes, you do.
your 20. The next person who throws in $20 is also getting $50 to Stoney's. Make sure you send me your contact information if you haven't already, so I can send that out to you. All right, 3 minutes away from failing today, but only $75 away from today's goal. Throw us a couple of bucks. Let's get this thing knocked out and call it another win for the toe. And we'll add 30 minutes to the clock. $75 away if you'd like to throw in. Again, 3 minutes away. Let's see if we can do this thing. Obviously, we got a lot of conspiracy shit to talk about. We got a lot of weird passive racism to discuss. It's going to be a fun overtime. That 30 minutes is going to fly by. Why don't you be part of the solution that brings us that $75 and calls it a victory? 2.5 minutes left to go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants, all of it counts towards knocking out that measly last $75. Let's see who wants to do it. 2-minute warning officially upon us. 2 minutes to go. 75 away. Let's see if we can get there, or if we're going to wrap her up early today and go get an oil change. I let it go really far this time.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
that's
really
not
did.
good. You're going to break your car.
$25 from Chris Olin says another win for the toe. That brings us to $50. Finish her off, boys and girls. 50 away from knocking her out. Thank you very much, Chris. A minute and a half left to go, and just 50 away from pay dirt, and another win for the toe. Oh, let's see if we can do it. If we get inside of 50, we tack on the 30 just to make sure we hit it in the last 30 minutes. So we're technically $5 away from buying some time, $50 away from knocking it out. The Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Venmo links, all in the chat. 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go. Sid Saraf gifting 5 memberships, $40 away from today's goal. 40 away. Can it be done? This is kind of how it always goes. They always kind of make us wait till the end.
Yeah, they just kind of make us sweat right at the end. Well, they make you sweat. I'm not too worried about it.
1 minute left. The next person to throw in 20 gets $50 to Stoney's. 1 minute to go. Final minute, $40 away. Who's going to knock out that last? Well, or at least part of that last 40. We don't have to do it all in one bite. You know, take little pieces off of it. Again, all the links are in the chat. A little racism never hurt no one, says Landers. I mean, some people it's probably dinged them just a little bit. 30 seconds.
There were a few people accused of looking at a lady that might have paid for that.
Right,
but,
yeah.
didn't need to.
Tell Emmett Till that mild racism. All right, guys, 20 seconds to go. Let's knock out that last 40. Let's see if we can get it done. You've bought yourself an extra 30 minutes to do it, but let's just get it done right away and call it another win for the toe, as they say. All right, 5 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1. We'll hit refresh everywhere. We'll see if we got it all taken care of. No on PayPal. No on YouTube. Oh, boy. You guys got to knock out that last $40. You've got 30 minutes to do so. We'll bug you periodically in and out of overtime. But you see the links.
So, yeah,
in the
I want to
chat.
know about this Vegas thing.
So, people are talking about the Vegas shooting in the chat, and it is one of my favorite topics because it's one of those stories that kind of shows you how passive and docile America is. Like the people. It's one of those, the Vegas shooting makes me think about COVID in a way, and how we all talked a big game about how we're not going to do this and we're not going to do that, and fuck
We
you,
all locked
and-
ourselves inside our houses. Some of us even crumbled and got shots and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and put on masks and all that, and just did what we were told. Same thing with the Vegas shooting, where almost everyone you talk to agrees that they don't believe the story of the Las Vegas shooting. That this guy was camped out up in the Mandalay Bay and he was dinging people way down on the ground at this concert and killing all these people and firing all these rounds, and it was just one guy, and he was able to get all that shit up to his room when, if you've ever been to Las Vegas, you ain't getting that shit up to your room. Are you out? And there's no security cameras. There's no.
And didn't he use like a freight elevator and not like a regular elevator?
Right, like a service elevator.
Yeah. So that's another, just in terms of like, I've worked at, I used to work at a hotel in Rochester and stuff like that. If you were someone who was in the area and you were using a service elevator and you weren't an employee, you would be getting a lot of like, hey, who's that guy? Like a lot of people would ask, who's this random person move through? And he was carrying big ass black bags. So he looked like at the very least, like some sort of, like he was setting up for a show or something. Why would you be in the elevator going up?
Yeah, it was like big army canvas bags full of ammunition. And that just happened. They just let that guy do that. But again, the Vegas shooting is one where we all believe that something fucky happened there, but we all just let it go. We didn't, like during a presidential election, push any of the presidents to investigate it. We didn't talk to our senators, our Congress people. We didn't, lobby or protest at the ATF or anything like that. We went, hey, I think this is bullshit. And then we went, well, all right. Well, I said it was bullshit. I said my piece. So that's another one, like COVID, where I kind of go, oh, all right. Everyone thinks that like what's happening with America is happening to us.
Right. And we're not doing it to ourselves.
Right. I kind of feel like we're complicit.
I feel like there were people involved in our own country that kind of, because in my opinion, I'll just say this is my opinion, I kind of feel the whole January 6th thing was a huge setup, in my opinion.
Right.
And it again, with stuff like this where people are like, the narrative doesn't seem right. The Hawaii thing, there's so many incidents now where really fucked up shit happens and it just seems hinky. Like, okay, so this person who we didn't trust before, they're handling everything over here. And once again, it turned into a giant piece of shit. Oh, no.
Yeah, you're right. The wildfires in Hawaii, that was another one.
Isn't the person at the shooting at that too?
So
or am I thinking they were involved with something?
The guy who was the head of detectives in Clark County during the Las Vegas shooting then became like the police chief in the town where the Maui fire happened. And that's too fucking weird. And he also had FBI training. And, he went to the FBI to be trained in some kind of horse shit. So it just, there's so much information out there now that I feel like the government took a real gamble by just brazenly doing this shit, thinking that the people would just stay complacent. And we all thought like, no, if we're told that this shit is fucked up, then we're going to rise up and we're going to do something. And the government was like, I bet you won't. And then they pulled the shit and we went, oh yeah, I guess you're right. I guess we won't do it.
They called our bluff and we're a bunch of cucks and we're just sitting here going, but I got TV.
That's exactly what we did. We were like, oh man, the Super Bowl is going to be lit this year. It's going to be good. Outside of that, I don't really see the need to get worked up over anything. But yeah, Las Vegas, January 6th, the Maui wildfires, all of it.
It just seems weird.
And we let it go. COVID-19, we just let it go. Vaccine, we just let it go. I mean, I understand if people's position is like, well, what are we supposed to do? Maybe that's fair. What are we supposed to do? Kick and scream and start a revolution? I don't know.
Honestly, if we're not going to, then we should just make peace with the fact that this is all going to continue to go downhill. Because I don't even think the great Donald Trump is going to save us from any of this shit. At most, he puts a little bit of a break on it. The problem is the whole system is designed to take us where we're going. And we have been voting those people right back in.
Well, we had a Republican president when the Vegas shooting happened, and that president still banned bump stocks. So, I mean, they got what they wanted out of the deal. It's really hard when, like, people with an agenda get what they want, and then to not think that maybe there was something deeper to this whole thing.
It almost seems like maybe they got what they wanted because the whole thing was set up to deliver that. Like, oh, We get to hate guns even more now because we had this horrible shooting. And we can't talk about all of the gun violence in the inner city because that's too many people using handguns and things. And we have to start talking about all of that and how they're illegal. It'd be a lot easier to take away legal gun owners stuff if we just have one guy with a rifle shoot shit and we go, all right, anyone who's hunting has to hand that in.
Well, I mean, you look at like gun crime and like gun deaths, handguns, you know, they're the guns used in most gun deaths.
Yeah.
But we don't do shit about handguns. And I'm not saying we should. Like, I'm a Second Amendment guy, but at the same time, like, none of this shit around like gun regulations and stuff makes any sense from a statistical category. Like, from an emotional category, yeah, it registers. But statistically,
I think it was Bill Maher that I saw Killer Mike say that gun laws don't affect criminals; they affect law-abiding gun owners.
Right?
And because again, criminals aren't concerned with breaking the law; they're criminals. So again, oh, these guns are illegal. This is illegal. That's illegal. Great. So all of the legal people who are maybe responsible with their firearms, they'll follow the law. But the asshole who's just ready to pop at somebody because he got sent home early, he's still going to have a gun.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, if you ban a certain thing, a guy who's already planning to take someone's life is not going to go, God, you know, I would use this weapon to murder this man, but I don't want to break the law.
Yeah, I gotta exercise restraint. There's rules.
Yeah. It's just I just, you know, I got to draw a line somewhere. Guys, we are $40 away from today. You guys did get the overtime. You got inside of $50. But we came up $40 short. So in the next 20 minutes or so, let's see if we can knock out that last 40. There's all the links in the chat. If you want to throw in a couple of bucks, we sure do appreciate that. We're so close. Let's knock out the last one. The next person to throw us $20 on PayPal or Streamlabs is getting $50 to Stoney's. So everybody throw in a little bit and we'll get that hammered out. The United States is now pushing for $50 billion in loans to Ukraine using frozen Russian assets ahead of the G7 summit. I mean, let's call this what it is. We're stealing from Russians and giving it to the Ukrainians.
Right. Because we can do that. That's not a crime. The Russians are horrible people. We're allowed to take their money and just redistribute it. And we can't give them any more of ours. We already gave them all of it. We're out.
Well, and
this something else.
This is also a week or two, and Scarface says it perfectly, loans that will never get paid back.
Yep.
Nobody's paying us back. But, like, this is a week or two after we just gave Ukraine weapons for the first time that we would allow them to use in Russian territory.
And we gave them a $225 million fucking support package to help rebuild their electrical infrastructure.
Right. And then,
so we can't give them enough money, apparently.
Well, and also it does seem like we just want to start World War III, and like we keep poking Russia with a stick, and we're like, let's fucking do World War III, and they're like, well, no, we're fighting Ukraine right now. We kind of want to take this Donbass region and get a peace settlement, and grow our borders a little bit. And we're like, no, come on, fucker, let's do this.
Hey, World War! Didn't you say you wanted to do that? World War.
Didn't we always talk about wanting to do that, Russia? We're like, no, we said it would be the end of the world. Huh. That's American. But like World War III is not a desired place for most of us. We don't want to do World War III. But it seems like the American government from day one in this whole thing has been hell-bent on starting a world war. We said, we're kind of responsible for starting this Ukraine war because Russia said, hey, could you do us a favor and not put any NATO countries on our fucking border, please? I mean, you've been basically kicking the shit out of us since the Cold War and moving NATO closer and closer. Could you just stay the fuck away from Ukraine? And we started going, hey, Ukraine, you guys want to become part of NATO? And Russia's like, dude, what the fuck? If you move toward trying to make them a member of NATO, we're going to invade them and attack them. And we're like, hey, Ukraine, you guys want to come on, let's join NATO. And Russia's like, all right, fine, fuck it, we're going to invade. And then the minute Russia followed through on that promise, we went, oh, the poor people of Ukraine, these poor victims of Russian aggression. And we're like, what?
Don't a bunch of them want to be part of Russia?
Well, that's the thing. If you held a vote in the Donbass region.
Oh, yeah. A lot of them want to leave.
They would either want to be, here's the top two. Be Russian or be independent. Like, being part of Ukraine would be number 3. Same thing with Crimea. They would either want to be independent or be Russian. So,
well, what's wrong with their current government? I mean, they're elected officials that they ousted a couple of years ago, and they haven't had an election since. So, who doesn't love living under a dictatorship?
Yeah. Fiat Lux-a-lot says, can we recognize that we are the baddies in this situation or too soon? Yeah, I
totally
would.
Are.
I would say
uniforms have skulls.
Yes, skulls. Well, what's worse than skulls? A rat's anus. Yes, and if we were fighting people who had an image on their helmet of a rat's anus, I would be changing my mind. I don't think we're the good guys, certainly. And now we give Ukraine weapons to launch into Russia. Now we want to give them $50 billion that we're basically going to steal
from Russia.
From Russian billionaires and millionaires. Money we stole from them, and we're going to give it to Ukraine. It's almost like we just keep poking them.
And this totally isn't a dangerous trend of the government seizing funds from whoever they want and then redistributing it as they see fit. So I'm sure people like Donald Trump or wealthy people in America don't ever have to worry about the criminal justice system coming after them and filing for large amounts of money that they owe and then just repurposing that money.
Yeah, don't worry about that being a problem. Yeah. This is just an isolated incident for sure.
Yeah, this is just for Russia. This is just for Russia, guys.
It's just Russia, guys. Don't worry about it. Fuck, man, we're not gonna be happy until we start.
We're so screwed.
I know. $50 billion of frozen Russian assets ahead of the G7 summit. Shit. Just, can we run out the clock on this administration?
I think the administration's trying to start the war so that way they have something to run on. Like, hey, man, don't change leaders mid-fight. But I don't know. I'd actually be less inclined to vote for Biden if we were at war. Like, no offense, President Poopy Pants doesn't give me a very good, we're going to win this one kind of vibe. Like,
well, and not only that, but also it's like, it's a war none of us asked for. Like, none of us were like, yeah, you know who we want to fight? The Ruskies. Because our entire life we've been taught that a war with Russia means the end of the world.
Yeah. It's supposed to be like mutually assured destruction.
Yeah.
Isn't that it?
We're done. We fuck with Russia. They nuke us. We nuke them. Everybody dies. All right, guys, let's chip into the show. We're not done yet. We're $40 short for today, and we are giving you 30 minutes of overtime. So please throw in a couple of bucks. There's Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Throw in a couple of bucks. It won't hurt. I promise. We'll get this 40 taken care of, and we'll call today a win. Otherwise, in about 10 minutes, we'll rattle the can a second time today to see if we can get there. We hope you've been entertained. Hit like, hit subscribe. We appreciate your support. I thought this was really funny. The Golf Channel. Now, I don't know what the correlation between the Golf Channel and Vince Young would be, but former NFL quarterback Vince Young was... or they thought, the Golf Channel thought that he was at this golf event, the BMW Pro-Am. So the Golf Channel's Lauren Withrow thought she'd catch up with him. Oh, okay, Vince Young was playing at the Pro-Am, so he was part of it.
Okay, so he was technically there.
Yeah.
But she didn't know who she was looking for.
Well, in this Pro-Am, you've got professional golfers playing with other athletes. You know, they're teamed with them, and they go and they do a whole day's tournament. This woman, what was her name again? Lauren Withrow was like, hey, you know who I got? I've got former Tennessee Titans quarterback Vince Young with me. Let's go ahead and hit play and see how the interview went.
Vince Young playing this week, and he's down with Lauren.
6 seasons in the NFL, arguably one of the best NCAA quarterbacks of all time at Texas. Picked up golf about 4 years ago. What's the biggest shift you make going from the ultimate team sport to now the ultimate individual sport?
Now, I apologize. You have the wrong person.
I'm sorry, you all look the same to me. I couldn't help it.
I apologize, other black man golfing. I didn't know that you weren't. I just saw a black dude with golf clubs, and I thought, well, what are the odds, you know?
So, oh wait, are you a caddy then? Like, just goes down.
Are you one of the waiters? Can I order a drink, perhaps? I mean, how is it wrong for me to do that? That's actually the coach of the Citadel. He was playing in the Pro-Am. He's the head coach of, I think, the Citadel's football program.
Okay.
And she thought he was Vince Young, and I guarantee.
So he's football adjacent?
I mean, he's associated with football. Yeah, he's just not.
It's just not the right one, baby. You got the wrong guy.
I want to see how she responds to this.
Years ago, what's the biggest shift you make going from the ultimate team sport to now the ultimate individual sport?
Now, I apologize. You have the wrong person. I'm Edward Sands over at Citadel, which I'm a football coach.
I'm Edward Sands. I'm the football coach over at the Citadel. And you know that this poor white girl is like, oh my God, he totally thinks I did this because he's black. And you know what the bitch of it is?
She did.
She totally did this because he's black.
Yep.
I could watch shit like this all day, by the way. This is so much fun.
So does she have a follow-up question, or is she just going to stand there?
Really hope so.
Team sport to now the ultimate individual sport.
Now, I apologize. You have the wrong person. I'm Edward Sands over at Citadel, which I'm a football coach. The thing is,
she's just sitting there like, answer the fucking question anyway, dick face. Like
I'd be more worried about losing my job at this point. You made a very viral moment about confusing black people. So
she really,
good luck with that.
She really just kind of froze in this whole thing. I mean, she just went, continue on, answer the question still.
The great thing about golf is I'm not only competing against myself, but I'm competing against everybody else.
This is your first Pro-Am ever played, and what's the best part of being out here?
Well, being out here is a great thing, and have the opportunity to play with some professional golfers is.
I love being confused with every other that's on the field today.
Good luck this weekend.
Hey, I appreciate.
Oh wow, she didn't want to acknowledge it at all.
Nope. She just kept her mouth shut and ate all that shit. Oh boy.
Oh no. So I don't know if Vince Young was even there. Is this now who is this? Is this somebody? So Everett Sands responded to it.
What did he have to say? He already answered the question.
Yeah. Well, he wanted to answer it as him and not the guy who isn't Vince Young. Ben Levy with 99 cents. Thank you. Douche of the Dabbleverse with $2. Says, for your kids' sake, keep them out of pics and vids. You know, it's funny, on like Instagram and shit, nobody had a problem. It was only Twitter that had an issue with that.
And at this point, with the people that have come after us already, they've gone after personal information for you and your family before. So
my ex-wife throws pictures of them up there all the time. I mean, it's nothing new. I appreciate your concern. I don't think you're coming at it from a bad
Well, thank God nobody knows who your ex-wife is and keeps her out of all of this.
Thank Christ. Am I right? All right, guys, we are still $40 away from knocking this thing out. If you please, we gave you 30 minutes of overtime on the finger. If you could throw us a few bucks and knock out that last 40, I sure would appreciate it. It would be nice of you to throw the show a little bit of your finances, if you will. $40 away and 10 minutes left. I want to listen to a couple more of these, and then hopefully we can. You guys are generous enough to hammer that out. Let's see. This is Everett Sands commenting on the
A young
situation.
lady came up and she said, Vince, which I thought she was introducing herself to me. They said, can I get an interview after you tee off? And I was like, sure. And I teed off, and then she came up and she started talking about being one of the best quarterbacks in the NCAA and playing for Texas and a 6-year NFL career. And I was like,
that ain't me.
She think I'm Vince Young.
It's cool, though. Like, you had a good sense of humor about it. What are you supposed to do? Get pissy?
I mean, you could. But this is more fun.
Yeah, it's more fun. Plus, he knows he's the head coach of the Citadel football program. Nobody knows who he is. He got a little FaceTime, though. Why not? Good for the program.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe you get a few football recruits who want to come to this. Wait, isn't the Citadel a military school?
I have no idea.
You might not get any new recruits. I don't know.
It was a very interesting moment.
You handled it like a pro on national TV. You handled it great. How quickly did your phone start buzzing?
Oh, well, it didn't start buzzing then, but about an hour.
What he's trying to say is nobody watches the fucking Golf Channel.
Yeah, especially the circles I hang with. Turns out golf is considered lame and gay,
Yeah.
so nobody really knew for a while.
The people I hang out with don't really watch the Pro-Ams on the Golf Channel over the weekend, so my phone didn't really start buzzing then.
After we got finished, it's been buzzing nonstop ever since that point.
Did you get to talk to her after and laugh about it, or have you?
I haven't seen her, but I waited so I could talk to Vince and tell him what happened. And then probably about 30 minutes later, actually my college roommate's the first one that sent it to me, sent me the video of the live recording.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I wanted to talk to Vince about it and say, can you believe what this dizzy white bitch did? She got us.
Can you believe we all look the same?
I would have just fucked with Vince Young by just pretending I was him for the interview.
Yeah, but then that would have gone right over her head.
Chris,
I mean, it would have been hilarious, but she would be like, all right, so I did a good job.
Chris O'Lynn with another 25 says, guess I can chip in another 25 since everyone's being cheap this morning. Oh, shit. Shots fired by Chris. $15 away from today. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. There it is. Just another 15. Knocks it out for today, and we got about 6 or 7 minutes left. So if you guys want to hammer out that last 15, throw in a couple. Let's do it. The Streamlabs, PayPal, and Super Chat links are in the chat. Go ahead and contribute and knock out that last measly little $15. Glow-in-the-dark baseball game. I've got, there was a story about a woman giving birth in a Golden Corral toilet.
Oh, you have white trash christened your child. Jesus.
Oh, really? Oh, you think so, huh?
A Golden Corral toilet?
I did this story for 2 reasons. One, because
you
of
love Golden Corral.
The constant Golden Corral jokes that get thrown at me when I've never been to a Golden Corral in my life. And number 2, I picked this story because of what you said. That, that's the most white trash thing you can do is have a baby at Golden Corral. By the way, Vince Young with $20 says, this is from Vince Young, who says, a loss for race relations, but another win for the toe. Hey!
Thank you, Vince.
There it is, boys and girls. Today has been knocked out. Thank you very much. At the buzzer, you guys got it. Thank you so much for doing that. Another win for the toe. I don't love Golden Corral, by the way. Everyone is saying Aaron's lying. He doesn't love Golden Corral. Or he does love Golden Corral. I don't.
Have you ever been?
I've never been to a Golden Corral in my life.
Liar.
I haven't, though. So.
Well, that's something we should do for a bit then. We should get a camera and we should record Aaron's first time at Golden Corral and just watch him fall in love with it.
I don't even know where the nearest
like
Golden
a kid on Christmas, just, and there's a buffet. And they've got rolls.
I don't even know where the nearest Golden Corral is.
They've got a fondue board here. Oh, my God, fondue.
So this woman had a baby in a Golden Corral toilet, and she's one of those weird people who didn't even know she was pregnant.
Oh, God, how do you do that?
She just sat
9 months, you don't notice that there's something moving around in there? All right, fucking fat bitch, isn't it? It's always a plumper that didn't know she was pregnant.
So you're saying white trash fat bitch.
That's what I'm going with.
At the Golden Corral.
Right.
There you go.
What the fuck? How do you go 9 months without a clue?
skinny black lady plopping one in the Golden Corral toilet. And by the way, the things a Golden Corral toilet has seen.
Oh.
And then your baby just gets plopped in head first. What kind of log flume? By the way, what kind of log flume are you running downstairs that a baby can just kind of fall right out while you're on the toilet?
Yeah, dude, that's not a quick process. It's not just like, oh my God, how many kids have you had where it just, did the kids survive? If they went head first into the water and started crying, you got a problem, man. Like, oh God. Oh no. That kid's going to have herpes and
diabetes right away, just right off the bat. High cholesterol, all of it.
Oh.
She gave birth to a 6-pound, 1-ounce baby boy. They were still trying to figure out what was going on when she goes, "It's out, it's out." The baby was in the toilet. They walked out of the toilet, baby boy in tow, and got a round of applause from the patrons at Golden Corral.
Oh. Way to go. Yeah, just,
people are used
didn't want to miss those.
People are just
want to miss those ribs.
They're just used to straining on a Golden Corral toilet. Like, that's kind of normal to them. So when she had to really squeeze something out, she figured, you know what? This is just how it goes at Golden Corral. Hobo Chili says, of course you've never been inside a Golden Corral. You have the VIP status. They bring the Golden Corral to you. That's where all the donations go. Portable carving stations. M. Cool says, the restaurant is disgusting enough. I don't want to imagine that bathroom. Yeah, who pulls a crying turd out of the toilet?
Yeah, and dude, baby births aren't really clean. God forbid whoever has to go in there next.
Imagine what your diet consists of. Death Beholden says, why is my poop moving and crying? Yeah, what have you been up to? Too much. Yeah, Lovely Bean says they call it a cryptic pregnancy.
How the fuck does that happen?
Some women they just get pregnant. They don't know they are. And then one day they sit down and
So 9 months of no menstrual cycle doesn't even pop a flag for you? Like, just maybe get it looked at?
I don't know. I've never had a cryptic pregnancy. Believe it or not. By the way, you want to see
I believe in you. We got time.
You want to see what cosmic baseball looks like? I just wanted to show you this. Some minor league team.
We're going to count down from 3. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Oh, God, this is like fucking cosmic frisbee golf. No.
Do you know how annoying it would be to try to hit a baseball in that kind of lighting?
If you have to do this to improve your sport sucks. And I'm saying this as someone who plays a hobby that's kind of.
I need to see them actually play the game.
I want to see they go running out on the field. A couple of them have their faces glowing white. We're like, we know who the coach's favorites are.
Oh, you came in his mouth.
Oh, no.
That's hit up the middle and over the head.
See, that would fucking suck. You can't see anything. That's so unfair if you're one of the
The
players.
ball isn't glowing.
With lightning speed, and we have ourselves a run. Another runner running through the stop sign and inside the park. Home run!
Oh my goodness!
I hate these play-by-play guys. They're fucking dreadful.
His voice is cracking more than mine does. Yeah. Jesus.
Well, that's cosmic baseball. I hate it. As a guy who played baseball until I was like 24 years old, it fucking sucks. Can't see the ball. Can't see shit. How are you even hitting it? Hate it. Awful. I'm out. Count me out. We got to get out of here. Johnny's going to be live at 2 p.m.
Yes, I will. On Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube.
Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube. Just Kidding LLC. Go watch his show. Go check it out. Thank you guys very much. Another win for the toe. We appreciate it. Johnny, talk to you again tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
We'll be back at 7 p.m. tonight for the evening show. Matt and I will. Take it easy until then, everybody.